Okay, guys, I know I normally start at 9 o'clock. I'm just wondering if you guys can hear me in YouTube. If anybody in YouTube, I just opened it. And if you can hear me well. We're having our problems again in the other room. The developer is telling me they're still having that their data center is having not their data center, but having attacks on it. Okay, so Chad, so you can hear me and you can hear me well. No problem. No, not fuzzy, no distortion. Great. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to put myself back on mute. The developer of the other room tells me that it might be fixed in 5 minutes, so I'm just going to have to see if that happens. Okay, thanks a lot, Chad. All right, everybody. Good morning, YouTubers. Unfortunately, the other room isn't working. Of course, if you're always in YouTube, you don't care. Discord should be working. I'm waiting on the developer to let me know. He says it might be fixed. The main room might be fixed in about 5 minutes. So we'll have to see. He's going to try to switch me to another server. Sorry about this. And I feel sorry for the developer because that's his business. And something to do with the data center that they get their data from, another attack. So anyway, guys, welcome to the room. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of the room. This is the pre-market show. So hopefully there's enough of you in YouTube listening so that we can at least get it going there. And also, I wonder if Pepe is there because, well, Pepe's there. I'm going to ask him a question. Now, because I'm having these issues, I really couldn't do a lot of pre-market work, but let's take a look at some of the things that are up this morning. ABOS is up huge. This is an Alzheimer's play. ABOS is an Alzheimer's play. So huge move here, guys. I'm just looking at the weekly chart, 1096. So yeah, this is a huge move, of course. It is up 85%, ton of volume, 11 million already have traded. BBIO, let's take a look at BBIO to see why. I don't see a specific reason. That headline is, I think it's disappeared. I'm just looking at my Interactive Brokers headlines. I think it's disappeared on me. Just give me a moment, guys. William, I don't see that guy. I'm looking in Discord. I don't see a message. Okay. What else? LAXT. Now this dropped a little bit, but LAXT preclinical results in collaboration with Netherlands Cancer Institute, etc. So had some news, obviously positive data for LIXT. So Pepe, I'm only streaming to YouTube today. Okay, so let's see if there's still a big lag in YouTube, or because you were saying StreamYard was the culprit. So now I'm only streaming to YouTube today instead of all the other ones. The lag is still there. Okay, so that really didn't make any difference. Okay. Too bad. Do I like the new IB chart? The new IB chart. Is there a new IB chart? I think, Neil, are you talking about? I think IB was trying to do a deal with TradingView, weren't they? But I'm not 100% sure it's available in Canada. Is that what you're talking about? I mean, let me keep going here. NIVY. It actually seems worse by a few seconds. Crazy. Well, hopefully we get the main room working. The developers, yeah, he's not happy, obviously, and he said he could move me to another server. I'm still waiting, but he seemed to think it might be solved in about 5 minutes, so we'll see. Maybe by 9:30 we'll be up and running. So let me just, for fun, I want to file, new window and chart. I haven't opened an IB chart. No, I still see the old IB chart. So there must be some other setting maybe, but I'm not 100% sure it's available in Canada. Okay. Sorry, it was what is it? NVFY. NVFY. Big move up here, 37%, 2 million. Wow, 2 million, 2.6 million are traded, only a million in the float. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I don't see any headline that is telling me why. APPLS. This is actually a gap down. APPLS gap down 25%. It was even worse. Actually, it has had a tremendous pop because it was down to 49.23, back up to 62, still down 25% though. And GP, I think GP is an earnings play, guys. GP is an earnings play. Cheap one. Green Power Motor Company is an earnings play. A lot of earnings, of course, this week. Some big guys, some big banks, as well as I think Tesla and Netflix. So earnings season really kicks off this week. Okay. THRX. This is the one that got actually hammered down on Friday. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to keep an eye on this little icon that's going to let me know if the main room can get going again. Very frustrating. Okay, let's see if anything else is. I mean, there are a lot of stocks that are up. Now we're in for a mildly negative open. But we have a lot of stocks. We talked about the ABOS, the BBIO, HCTI. Didn't mention that one. HCTI. I'm going to have to reload my headline news or something. This is really not giving me any news at all. Same thing. Well, I'm sorry, guys, but I've got all these stocks that are moving, and I'm checking my IB headlines, and I just don't see a reason for a lot of them. HCTI. I mean, there may not be. It could be one of those things. There's no real reason. 1.5 in the float, 1.58 million in the float for HCTI. Chewy is on the move, though. I do see Chewy, CHWY, is on the move. Nice move up. There we go. I wish it were a little higher. Goldman has upgraded Chewy, CHWY, to $42. Stock's at 40 right now. Just Neil, how did you actually access the new IB charts in Interactive Brokers? Was it just clicking on a new chart and that's what appeared, or did you have to do something? Low volume? I don't know about low volume. 161,000 shares. I mean, it's only the pre-market, so that's pretty good volume, I think, in the pre-market. Remember, when I'm mentioning these things, I'm not saying to buy them now. I'm just saying we got to keep an eye on them, see what happens once the market opens. For for YouTube, okay, guys. Wow, 912. Keeping my fingers crossed that the developer will be able to get us going in the main room. Yeah, so Neil, that didn't work for me. When I did that, I just got the old IB charts. So I think it's just for you guys in the US. Yeah, it doesn't. It just says no. I just have a chart and thumbnail chart. I don't have new as an option. I think it's just from you for you guys in the US. All right, guys. I know there's a delay in YouTube. There shouldn't be. If you know how to get into Discord, you can always go over there too. Discord has no delay. The only problem is there's a 50 limit on how many people can actually see my screen. So that's the problem with Discord. Otherwise, I think we'd be over there for permanently. All right, guys. What else? PRFX from last week. PRFX is also alive again, 22%. almost a million shares. There was a low float, 595,000, 595,000 in the float, and that is the PRFX. Yeah, no trade of the week this week, guys. The trade of the week is, it's not the symbol cash. We just said stay in cash. If you got the email, you'll see the explanation as to why. All right, guys, I will take a look now at the sectors, the major sectors. Click on new from our toolbar, dock channel bar, show more. Let's see what is happening for those of you in YouTube and Discord. You can see me or see the screen. So as I say, we're in for a mildly negative open. And so what you're seeing here, XLE, this is the major ETF for energy. When you see 70% in red, that means that 70% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close, okay? And because we're in for a mildly negative open, there was no strong sector this morning, okay? But as always, now the fact that the market was up on Friday. I want to see where XLE is again with respect to the 200-day moving average. So again, a couple of days. So Wednesday and Thursday touched the 200-day moving average. Friday moved away from it. So we're still, XLE is still underneath the 200-day moving average. And let's take a look at XLP. I think that was the only other one. XLP was the only other one that was, okay, XLP now moving away. So I have a feeling that it's only going to be energy. The energy sector, I think it's the only one, only major sector that is underneath the 200-day moving average. XLV got just a little bit above it on Friday. So that is still a little bit above it. And the only other one that, well, I think financials were moving away. And we'll see if it, yeah, so financials are still above it. So it looks like XLE energy is the only major sector still underneath the 200-day moving average. And one last check to see if my sound of my noise cancellation is working. Pepe, you'll help me, I'm sure. But if I'm clapping now, guys, you hear me clapping in YouTube? I think there, I just started to clap. If you didn't hear any clapping, great. That means the noise canceling is back on. Well, you did hear clapping. Shoot. I might have, so that must mean I must have to do something within StreamYards. I thought, okay. Well, again, I'll have to do it tomorrow. No, 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 no. You know why? I can tell you exactly why. That Chris microphone was not selected. It went back to the my Yeti. That's why. I thought when I saved it all, it would just automatically go there. So, okay, tomorrow I have to figure it out tomorrow because The only way I can get them, if even if the other room starts working, I'd have to shut down that room. Okay. You see what I'm saying? I had this, it went back to the Yeti Nano mic instead of the Chris mic. Okay. Now the question is how to keep it there. Hmm. So somebody's saying my, getting so tired of this, guys. Somebody's saying that my mic is scratchy. So, so only YouTubers can hear me, but I thought I asked if the sound was okay. Hopefully it's just one person that the mic is scratchy. Okay, thank you. So the sound is good. It's okay. Okay, thank you. Must be you, William. Draw D. Well, you can't hear me, but here's the YouTube link. Went choppy when I changed mics, but is it still choppy? Maybe just at the time? Not now. Okay, good. Okay, I'm just checking my email to see whether or not. Here we go. I am not back. The developer is asking me, "Are we okay in the main room?" And I'm telling him no. Now, I might have to do a hard reset, which is going to boot everybody out. So I'm just going to have him tell me yes or no. Sorry about this, guys. We're 9:23. We still have 7 minutes. Maybe we'll just get it working within 7 minutes. But if this keeps happening, we're going to have to look for another source because I just can't keep doing this every week. Here's one that's coming. Oh, it's a really expensive one. ARGX, really expensive. Up 26%. ARGX, only 55 million in the float. This is a $478 stock. Well, he's going to have to use. Yeah. Carvana guys, CVNA still, okay, it's only up 1.4%. Okay, I thought it was up a little higher. Okay, guys, Riven, yeah, Riven after the RIVN, after the big move, giving up a little bit. I mean, it's not, it hasn't collapsed or anything. I think of it, 2257 is probably a key area for to try to hold. 2257. Okay, I did look at this BCAN. This BCAN is such a cheap one. Canasaw Beyond. I wonder how they got away with this. Probably before Beyond Meat started, but BYND Canasoft, and this is so they're doing an offering, $1.50 a share. So that is the reason why this one is down. All right, guys. Well, unfortunately, it doesn't look good. We've got 2 minutes to the open. I'm still waiting for the developer to tell me if I have to do a hard reset. I don't really want to do it if I don't have to, because that's going to boot everybody out. And the people that are being booted out can't hear me say all this. So here's one that's kind of, well, maybe not. I'm looking at PRDS. Looks like it's got too much resistance. Okay, Chewy actually, okay, Chewy actually took a little bit of a dive here, a little bit of a dive. So this is the Goldman upgrade to 42, CHWY. Thank you, William. I know you can hear me. You're in YouTube or Discord or somewhere. Yeah, we're less than a minute, guys. So, well, let's have a have a great start to the trading week anyway. I'm going to wait, of course, on my option plays, my favorite scan right now. Two favorite scans still, the daily breakouts and the option scanner. So we'll see what happens. This should get really active. Okay, guys, we're now open. Now, typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. So the ABOS had a pretty big pullback, actually. ABOS had a pretty big pullback, got up to 14, back down to almost 10, 10, 11. This is an Alzheimer's play. And yeah, pretty low float, 27 million in the float. And we have our first one from the option scanner. I'm surprised it's that early. BBIO. But again, I don't like to trade in the first 15. So see, this is a suggested short on BBBIO. Little nice pop here for a PRFX. PRFX. Again, very low float, so be awfully careful. The next high looking left, I'm not saying, taking this now, of course, but the next high looking left is almost 17 for that one. So unfortunately, the ABOS, you got to cheer on these Alzheimer's plays, but the ABOS is starting to fade now. Not very many shares available at Interactive Brokers to short, only 16,000. Not that I want to short it, but and now look, BBBIO has popped up. Now the SPY actually went positive, barely positive. So the Dow's down a little, Nas is up a little, and the SPY is basically flat. This is the start off. All right. So Raz in our YouTube room is telling me that my audio is cutting out at times. Now, hopefully, hopefully it's just you. And unless everybody is telling me that, then back to the drawing board. Okay, so it's on your end, Raz. Maybe you have to do a refresh or something. Thank you guys for telling me. So ABOS, unfortunately, is when I say unfortunately, I mean, we certainly don't want to cheer against any potential Alzheimer stock. But anyway, ABOS is actually really giving it up. Got up to 14, back down now down to 1040. Okay, wow. Somebody said they took HCTI early. Good for you. HCTI on the move, low float. The high of 3 days ago was way up here at 1093, $11 or so. So HCTI on the move. I cannot see any specific reason for it. It's probably just, one of those things. Traders are getting hold of this today. But it is early. And this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. HCTI, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, he's saying I can do a soft reset. Give me a moment, guys. The developer is telling me I can do something called a soft reset, and I'm clicking on it, but I don't think it's working. Okay, HCTI is, well, actually, that's halted, guys. So HCTI was halted. If you were lucky enough to be in this early, the potential open, no big clue because it just says the halt's at 665 and potential open is 666. So there's no big clue where that's going to happen. Okay, I'll put the YouTube link up. Maybe I shouldn't have discounted this one, guys. GP is a little earnings play, very little earnings play. I guess this is this is an EV play out of Canada. So the next high looking left, actually, it's got a little bit of room. 535 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart, and that is GP. Not very many earnings plays today, right now, but for the balance of the week, we'll start to see a lot of earnings plays. Yeah, BBio was very, look how frothy it was. I mean, it dropped and actually turned in the option scanner. It actually was a suggested short at right at 9:30. Now it's popped back up, and now it's a suggested long. So I don't see any news on it. I'm sure there must be some news about BBio, but I just don't see any news on it. I don't see him. I don't see it, William. You're talking about the scammer, and I just don't see it. Must have been earlier or something like that. I don't see it today anyway. Thank you, Ori. I don't know why Interactive Brokers has. No, I had to scroll down quite a bit. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you, thank you. You're right. It's late stage study, so that's pretty big news. I mean, late stage. Thank you, guys, Jethro and Ori. Oh man, look at Opera now, guys. Now this one is okay. Look at BBio. Well, that is ripping now. BBio is ripping, but definitely mixed signals at the very beginning. One to short on the options, and then all of a sudden it turned around and popped up, which is again one of the reasons I don't like trading in the first 15. But now Opera, of course, got absolutely clobbered on Friday. They did a financing, $300 million. This is after on Thursday made an all-time high. Then they came up with their financing and just got kicked. Now trying to come back a little bit. APRA. How to zoom in and out of a chart. Okay, now, John, there is a bit of a delay, I think, for you listening to me in YouTube, but hopefully this will work for you. So left click on the chart, left click on the chart that you want to do this on, and then, press down with the control key on your keyboard, keep it pressed down, and then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, scroll in and out, okay? Hopefully you can hear me and you know what I said. So again, left click on the chart, that just tells the system what chart you want to be in. And then control key, keep it pressed down. Okay, good. I don't think William is a moderator. I don't see this guy in Discord. I'm in the general market. I just don't see. I don't see anybody in the general market that is. I'm scrolling through all the posts. I don't see anything. Well, you know what it says? It says, for me, it says one blocked message. That's what it says for me, but I can delete the message. It says one blocked message. Okay. Yeah, but okay. For me, it just said a block message. That's why I didn't see it. Okay. Maybe I made you a mod. Okay, guys, Opera. Is there a way I can move the indicator panel shorter so more chart can be seen? Not sure I know what you mean by that one, John. Oh, I see. I think it's just doing, if you could see my screen, just get a chart window up. I thought there was a way to just grab the bottom, grab it here and move it down. Could have sworn there was. Maybe you have to do it from the bottom and move it up. On that, I'm not sure, John. I thought you could just grab, like a lot of charting programs, I would just grab the bottom of the chart itself and then drag it down and that would shrink. Hmm. I guess I really haven't thought about it because I do want to see volume, and that's the only thing. And anything else, I will put if I really want it, I'll put it in the chart. But yeah, no, I guess you're right. Okay, so the question is, so on my home page, so this was a question in our YouTube room. So on my home page, I just put my home page link in. If you scroll down until you see the scan section, you click here, and here are the option. This is the option play that you see. Okay, and then I also have another one. Don't repeat. And all that means is it's going to tell me the first time the alert happened. But Pepe, I've got the volume in a new indicate in a new chart area, and I can't seem to be able to shrink the volume. But maybe other indicators you can. Guys, Lev. So this is another EV play, right? Yeah, another Canadian EV play. So I don't know if just sort of piggybacking on GP, GP, which is another Canadian EV play. GP has earnings today. I don't know if it's just sort of a sympathy play. They also, well, no, they've got some news. They do have some news, entering into $142 million financing. So this is not, this has helped the stock actually. 281. I wonder if it's on the, maybe it's the build I'm on. Because I thought you're right, Pepe. I thought you could be able to just shrink the volume area if I wanted to. I haven't really wanted to, so, but I thought you could just grab it and shrink it. Yeah, boy, I should not have discounted GP. I just thought it would be just a cheap little earnings play that would not really do this, but wow, good for you guys who took it. GP. So the next high, I mean, it did have the room. I mean, I have to admit, it did have the room. 535 is the next high looking left. So it did have some room. A little bit of a struggle right now at five. It did pop through five. Actually, popped pretty nicely through five. Low float, 17 million in the float. All right, EVLV. EVLV showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. It pulled back. Now it's broken above 660 was the alert. 660 was the alert for EVLV. And what sort of room does it have? Yeah, I mean, it's got some room, guys. The next high looking left on the weekly chart for EVLV is 772. So that's about $1 away. And it's not a low float, 76 million in the float. So this is actually interesting, I think anyway, EVLV. See if there's any news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. This RXRX has been a really strange one, a really strange one. So now it is at the high of 2 days ago, 13. Okay, if it can take out 13, then the next high is 15. And this is the one which NVIDIA, I think, put $50 million. $50 million cash injection. And this was on this day here, which was what, Tuesday? Nope, that was Wednesday. And that is for the RXRX. But it's just traded extremely erratically. But I guess there's an argument that if it can take out 13 and hold, I mean, it's got a shot to the 15 level. And that is the RXRX. Boy, the ABOS is just getting kicked now, guys. Meanwhile, yeah, BBio is still doing its thing. 30 might be a tough one to get through. 30, and if it does, then the high in the pre-market was 32.17, and that is BBIO. Well, so much for 30 being tough for BBIO to get through. Just rocketed right through 30. BBIO. Actually, it's wow, there's two really good ones from the AI right now, including BBIO, and ZimV. And this is what I'm talking about for those of you who can see my screen. Take a look at the ZimV. Next high looking left for ZimV, ZIMV. It looks like it's 1234. So this is at 1227. What did it get to this morning? It got up to 1250. Now, if it can take out that 1234, the next high is 1343. So yeah, LAXC is halted. I just mentioned it back here. Through the 200-day moving average. Yeah, PM. You're right. PMN. You got got halted at 5, popped up to 890. I'm sorry, guys. I'm obviously distracted here. I'm keep looking at my email to see whether or not I'm getting a message from the developer. All right. Now, ABOS is still trying to hang around 10. Wonder if we'll get any sort of ABOS. Let's take a look where the VWAP is, guys, in case this does have some kind of a bounce. Wow, the VWAP is far away. 1089 is the VWAP for ABOS. The stock's at 10 right now. So kind of hoping maybe this one would recover. Now, GP is still a bit alive. Now, if you took this one, okay, your next high is looks like 537. Yeah, 537 is the next high looking left for GP on the weekly chart for GP. These will trade the float, I'm sure. It's traded 8.8 million so far, 17 in the float. So I'm sure by the end of the day, that'll be over 17 million shares traded. Volume on BOMO is 99.7 million. Why? BOMO? I won't know the answer to that unless there's some, oh, I don't know. I mean, you're like magic. I mean, look at the stock. I can't even, 0.00001 is a pink sheet stock. I have no idea. No idea. If you multiply the number of shares by that, it's still hardly any dollar volume, but I can't tell you why. This is way, I mean, I don't like trading anything under a dollar. Now this is, so sub penny, but I have no idea. We used to see this one quite a while back, a few months back. Stag STGW. Aha, here we go. Goldman jumps, so the stock jumps 6% after Goldman initiates buy rating. So did they put a price target at 12, guys? What? I wish I'd seen this one. Keep an eye on Stag STGW. Goldman has put a $12 price target on it. And when you look left, I may not get the 12, but 924. So it has $1 until the next high. Again, I'm not saying to buy this. I'm just saying that is the news on it, though. So if you can see my screen, guys who can see my screen, you can see it right there. Price target of 12 announced by Goldman Sachs. And that is for STGW. W. Okay, so BBIO's had the pullback. Doesn't mean it's over though. BBIO has had the pullback. 2877 is the VWAP, so it's got a ways to go to get there. There was the alert from the AI at 2857. You know, and boy, I mean, if you're able to get it around that area, almost got up to 31. Great, great move. And the ZimV though is still moving. What did I say the next high was? Yeah, I mean, this still has room. 1343 is the next high on the weekly chart for ZIMV. What do I think about, well, I mean, if it can get through 30 again, EBIO, you know, 30, I was surprised it got through 30 as easily as it did. I just think, you know, it's a fairly psychological number to get through, but it poured right through it. But I'll stick an alert up and around that 30 area and see if it takes it out again. You know, there's the VWAP also, 2878, important level for it to try to keep. So it's at 2930 right now. So I'd be definitely, I mean, if it dipped close to the VWAP, I'd be, you know, then you got to watch to see if there's a bounce off the VWAP or does it, you know, go right through it. Then it turns into a potential short. A lot of shorts available too for BBIO and Interactive Brokers anyway, 1.3 million. Sorry, guys, I'm just conversing with the developer of the room. So he's saying he could move me to another server, but I don't know if that boots everybody out. Anyway, so Utme was on the way down. Okay, UTMI. So this is halted again. This LIXT. Wow. I mean, wasn't I just talking about this around 6:30 with that float? I know it's on my list. I know I talked about it in the pre-market, but No, YouTube, your guys are, well, if your YouTubers are fine, you're not going to get booted out. We're just talking about the main room. No, YouTube is fine. It's got nothing to do with this main room. So, remember Fiber? FYBR. FYBR, guys, was a really nice short. A really nice short on, wow, this is 3 days now. FYBR was a really nice short on Friday. And this is just continuing down. All time low again. FYBR, all time low again. Mara and Riot. Well, are they? I haven't even looked at Bitcoin. Bitcoin, what, 30,200? Yeah, I mean, right now, though, so dependent on what Bitcoin is going to do, I guess. They were sort of trading a little bit independently. A little bit. I mean, Bitcoin was moving, but these were moving a lot more. So at this point, I don't know what is going to happen with Riot and Bitcoin. Sorry, Riot and Mara. Okay, guys, PMN may be loading up again. PMN may be loading up again. Got up to almost $9. It pulled back down, all the way back down to 6. So it is highly risky. Another Canadian stock. Up 160%, low float, 7 million in the float, traded 3 million. It'll trade the float today. Well, guys, for me, if Fiber can take out 13, because I don't want to take it right now, but if FYBR takes out 13, maybe gets into about the 1290 or so. I want to see it leave 13 behind. And again, this has just been what, 4 days. I mean, this was $18, now down to 13. So, William, with the ABOS, I mean, obviously, I mean, it's just giving up. Well, it's still at 54%, but it's really sinking here. Again, I can't. Cantor Fitzgerald reiterates overweight at 13. Okay. So this, that's probably why. I mean, it's only phase one. Unfortunately, it's just phase one. Positive data from phase one clinical trial for its Alzheimer's disease drug candidate. So it's only phase one. Look at Opera now. Wow. I mean, this is just a mess. Looked like it was going to try to come back a bit. OPRA. Now it's, what was the low on Friday? It was 1876. So again, they raised $300 million, and that's a financing. So That is the reason. Okay, be bio now, guys. Be bio at 30, just a little bit over 30. All right, guys, nice pop for B bio over 30. Okay, we're really watching the B bio now over 30. Okay, I've taken some, guys. Let's see if it, as long as it holds 30. Okay, the RXRX is, I just have a tough time with this one just because it's been so crazy, but is now above, yes, Friday and Thursday's high, RXRX. Pretty parabolic though. That's a pretty parabolic move in the 15s. So just watching the B bio. It's basically where I bought it. All right, good lift, great lift. I've taken some out in the 30, 55-ish from 30, 22. Now let's see if it can really rock from here. Again, there's the 3104 is the high, is the market high. The pre-market high is way up here at 3271. What do you mean, where is live trading? If you're talking about in this room, the room is, no, well, let me, hopefully I can. You guys are going to have to go to YouTube or Discord. Until we get this room problem settled. So here's the YouTube. Here is the YouTube link. Well, yeah. Usually this is the room to be in. Yes. But there was a problem last week. The developer of this room, and it wasn't just him. There was a data breach, I guess, and they're still having issues. We're okay on Friday, but yeah, I just put the link to YouTube just above where you just said that. Is there a link to YouTube? I just put the link above it. Okay, guys, all out of the BBIO. So quick trade, but I'm still going to keep an eye on it in case it maybe takes out that 3068 later on. So a little disappointing. I thought it might have challenged the high, market high, but not bad. 3022 to 3055 and then 3040. So not terrible. Look what it's doing. So it's pretty choppy right now, pretty volatile right now. 116 million in the float. So interesting that it is this volatile. Now, this one, RNTI guys. Okay, I might have to go long this one. This was hammered on Thursday and Friday. It was showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Now it's showing up in the option scanner. It's above Friday's high now, 411. And of course, it's got a ton of room. $6 is the next high looking left. You want to see how well it holds over 4 right now. Wainwright trying to prop them up. Maintains a buy on RMTI. Raises the price target to 11. Just don't know how much. I don't know. Don't know how much weight Wainwright really has. Oh, B Bio right back up. Well, not it in anymore, but there it is, guys. B Bio. So if you, wow. Okay, really watching the RMTI here. I'd love to take this one and look at because it's definitely in bounce back mode for a while anyway. Up Friday's high and a ton of room to keep moving if it wants to. What's the float? 10 million in the float, so certainly a low float. 2 million are traded, 10 times normal up to this time of day. Yeah, maybe Neil, but the problem with ABOS is that it just phase one. So while it's wonderful, positive data, Alzheimer's drug candidate, etc. But the reality is it's just phase one. Yeah, oh, you're right. I mean, but it was above Friday's high. Okay, that's what I was saying. It was above Friday's high, but you're right. It's just 411 is Friday's high. It was just a little bit above it. So see if we can take it out again. So let me put an alert again at around the say around the 413 mark. The thing is, for the reasons that this was hit hard on Thursday and Friday, they're probably still, I mean, those reasons haven't gone away. Because I don't see any news other than Wainwright's trying to prop them up with a $13 price target. But other than that, I don't see any news on it. Guys, fiber, FYBR, breaking down now through 13 in a big way. Can't get it. There's a lot of shorts available, 2.7 million, but every time I put in a bid, the bid drops. I'm going into the bid, and the bid drops on me for the fiber. All right, could I show how to place a trade from the chart with the stop and target levels? Okay. Okay, first of all, your buy has to be clickable. Okay. Well, okay, so I've got a 15-minute chart here. So your buy has to be clickable. So if you've got buy and sell on your chart, it has to be, when I say clickable, it has to, have to be able to click on it. Okay. It's not, in other words, it's not grayed out. And the only way that happens is that your strategies, you have to assign one strategy to the buy button. So, I mean, I don't know if you've done all that. Well, I don't know. Is it grayed out when you say, so it is grayed out? So you have to go into strategies and you have to assign one strategy. Just one moment. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. So if it's grayed out, then this is what you have to do. You have to go into, first of all, Brokerage Plus. Do you have Brokerage Plus loaded? Like you can see this screen here in the upper left-hand corner. Okay, so you have to click on strategies. Okay, one of the tabs. If you don't have strategies as one of the tabs, then you can add it. Click on new from in the Brokerage Plus window. Click on new, and then strategies tab, because you have to have the strategies tab. You click on it, and then you designate one of your long strategies. Now you can have your own, of course, but I guess these are default. I don't use this at all. Okay, John. So, but you can, so you designate one as your long strategy. And here's where it gets a little complicated. Ah, shoot, the fiber. So you designate one and you turn it on, you right click, and it says you go, well, let me turn it off. Okay. So you take one of those long strategies, highlight it. Okay. So I'm doing the 5,000 at market, stop at low. Right click, set as default chart long strategy. Okay. And then that'll turn on. And then you have to right click. Now you have to go into edit trading strategy. Okay. And go to, well, hopefully, well, it might say you have to, you want to go simulated trading. Okay. So you in accounts and pick simulated trading. So I'm always on a development version, so I'm not quite sure what you're seeing, but you have to go into the configuration accounts and then make sure the account is designated as your simulated trading default. When you do that, that buy button will appear. It'll be ungrayed. Now there is an. I'd much rather, instead of doing it that way, I'd much rather show you how to just do it manually, because unless you're going to create your own, I mean, it's $5,000 at market, stop at the low. Is that what you really want? But I mean, that's a way. And it doesn't have. I don't even know if it has a target. I wouldn't even worry about targets, to be honest. Okay. Ah, look at RXRX, guys. I just wish. I mean, it's just so parabolic. But then if you've done that, then all you do is you click on the buy button, and then the crosshairs will appear. And then I can actually, I can try to take this on a pullback. Okay, so if RXRX pulls back to 1336, it'll take the trade and it'll put a stop down here at the low of the day. I mean, is that really what you want to do? Probably not, but that's the mechanics of doing it. You can create your own strategy, of course, but that's a little, it's a little more complicated. A lot of this is all in the guide, John. Okay, I'm certainly not an expert in this. I don't do it. I find the chart trading, for me doesn't help me at all. Now, I suppose if I were really wanted to play pullbacks and stuff like that, see, my problem with trying to do the chart trading is, putting your stop. It has vertical columns. Don't know what you mean by that. Very hard for me to understand what you mean by that, John. It has vertical columns. Oh, look at the fiber. Son of a, oof, I just couldn't get it. It kept moving down on me every time I was going in I started at 1281, then I went to 1279, and I went to 1277. And every time I went down, it was teasing me. Well, I'm talking about the strategies total. John, I'm talking about strategies total. Again, if you click on new, then strategy tab, strategies tab. Okay, so again, in the Brokerage Plus window, if you click on new, you see all the tabs that you can add. The top tab is strategies tab. It's called strategies tab. Now, if you can't see it, it may be because your window is it might, if I add a tab, it may not show because your window is not wide enough, maybe. Still conversing with the developer guys. I keep getting my fingers crossed. Okay, so now once you've added that, then you have to designate one of your long strategies as how you to assign it to the buy button. Then all you have to do is pick one. You just highlight. I'm going to turn this one off. Again, I'll turn it off. So you see they're all there. Everything says off. So I'll pick one long strategy to designate. And I'm going to pick the 5,000 at market, stop at low. Okay. And then I right click and set as default chart long strategy. So now it's on, but you might have to do another step, right click, edit the trading strategy, and then where it says accounts, make sure it says simulated trading default account. You might have to click on account, and there might be like a drop down menu. Yours might say none right now. Just pick trading simulated simulator trading default. You're not want to do this live, right? You're not trying to attach to your interactive brokers account or E-Trade account. When you do that, the buy button will then ungray itself. And then it's just a matter of clicking on the buy button. And when you click on the buy button, the crosshairs will appear. Then you can either drop it right at the current price or put it somewhere else if you wanted to go to another price. You want to take it at another price, kind of like I did with the other one. And then just practice with it. But please use the simulator first. Okay, so you see what happened. It took RXRX on that pullback. Okay, it took RXRX on that pullback. Remember, I used that buy button. I put the price down here. I moved the line down to 1336. It took it on the pullback. Now, if I want to get out of the trade right now, that's all I have to do is flatten it. And again, this isn't working the way it should. There we go. Sometimes the max P&L, I have to reload my Brokers Plus window to get these to work. But anyway, that's conceptually how you do it. Conceptually, how I do it, I should be in FYBR. My gosh, wow. I don't remember what happened to these guys. Shares of AT&T, Frontier Communications, Lumen Technologies, and other telecommunications companies extended their losses on Monday as analysts responded to a Wall Street Journal investigation that revealed U.S. phone companies have left behind a network of cables covered in toxic lead. I didn't know that was the news. I mean, that hit 2 days ago. I did not know that was the reason. Well, how's T doing? Yeah, so they're all so Frontier T. Yeah, I did not know that, William. Oh, look at that fiber just getting kicked. All right, never mind. Well, that ABOS is really, really giving it up. So, John, did you get all that? So you could create your own strategy, and it's advanced though. You could create your own strategy. It has to be added in here. You turn it on. If you wanted to put a profit target on it, go ahead. I just don't really believe in profit targets, but saw EBIX in the pre-market. It was actually getting kicked a bit. Is come right back, but 27.56 is the next high looking left on the daily. Will that stall it? I'm sorry, I was wrong. 28.27 is the next high looking left for EBIX. So it's getting closer and closer. Boy, if it takes that out, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 30.44. So there would be some room for EBIX if it can take out that high. Looks up about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, June 30th. So over a little over 2 weeks ago. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Oh boy, look at this ABOS. It just continues to move down. So this QSI has a little bit of room, guys. You're looking at the weekly chart, has a little bit of room. The next high over three is 335. 335. That's the QSI. It's had a great month really, 3 weeks plus today. It's come from basically double. And just as I'm speaking about it, boom. Wow, look at QSI. Shoot, I almost got it, but not quite. I was talking too much. Hmm. Well, well, it's going to be interesting for those of you who can hear me again. Netflix and all these streaming services, they're going to be well. Netflix is actually not in a bad spot because they can rely on a lot of international stuff, and I love some of the international stuff that they get. But the rest of the streaming services that rely on U.S. product, I mean, who knows how much longer this? Well, first the writers and the actors going out on strike. I mean, already, these series are just being preempted. Movies are being preempted, but Netflix is in a bit of a different situation because they can get a lot of international content, and some of it I actually really like. So anyway, that's a personal preference. So Netflix has earnings this week. All right. So yeah, so there's Netflix. There's my analysis of Netflix. So the 19th. So that'll be Wednesday after the market, after hours. But for instance, take a look at PARA. I wonder how it is doing because I mean they're just relying completely. Yeah, I mean completely on. I don't think they have too much international stuff. Boy, that BBBIO has been a tough one. The only thing I can say about it is if it can reclaim, say, 31 later on, BBIO, as that might give us another opportunity. 3104 is the high. So I'm just going to stick an alert at 3104, see if it happens later on. Come on, Sebastian. Well, Tony, if you're completely new to trading, you probably shouldn't be trading yet. I'm sorry to say it like that, but when you say you've got CHPT and GRNC so far, um, you're talking about with real money? I mean, I don't know. CHPT, when did you buy it? Did you buy it today? And why did you buy it? You always have to have a reason for buying it. And, another thing is, okay, if the trade doesn't work, where are you going to get out? If the trade doesn't work, what price are you going to get out? Well, I'm obviously just talking to people in our YouTube room now, but why did you buy it? And let's take a look at the GRNC. The GRNC or maybe that's is it GNRC? You probably meant GNRC, right? So again, why did you buy it? So when I look at this, I have no reason to buy it if you're trying to go long. Okay, I mean, it's been in a little decline the last 2 days. It's still declining now. I mean, you've got some support maybe down here at 132. So, you really have to have a trading plan. Why you're taking a trade. There should be some kind of a checklist, and you have to be able to check everything before you take a trade. When I look at this, there's nothing that would get me into this one. The relative volume is very low. In other words, it's not trading even normally, only 0.45. One would be normal, as an example. You know, so no, if you're talking about doing fundamental research, that's up to you because I don't do any fundamental research. But all I can say is that right now, I wouldn't be in this one because it's in a decline. But I'm not trying to tell you to get out, okay? But I'm not an investment advisor. Well, GP's been a little bit choppy, but making another new high. And again, the next high looking left is 628, so it does still have some room. And it's an earnings play, one of the very few earnings plays today. Now, I can give you a course, Tony. That you might want to take a look at. Just give me a moment. Now, I don't know if you're a Trade Idea subscriber, but I mean, we really recommend that you practice trading. We have a great simulator, uses our real-time data so that you can practice trading. That's what I've done here at Simulated Trade in this RX. But if you click on my homepage link, I might as well go over everything, but for you, Trading 101, okay? Trading 101, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. He put this together. A lot of videos, you don't have to look at them all. I mean, the first one is says like, what is a stock, okay? But actually, in the last two videos, I believe, he talks about the importance of having a trading plan, okay? But you can take a look at that. And Michael will actually be in our YouTube room tomorrow between 12 and 1. I take a break between 12 and 1, and one of the other traders takes over for me. Tomorrow is Michael's day. Today will be Chris Varley. But let's take a look at some of the other things you'll see on my homepage, guys. Those of you who can see my screen and can hear me. So if you do want to take out a subscription, there's a promo code, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only. Now, if you do want to take out an annual subscription, I can give you a better promo for 25% off. You just have to let me know. Okay, so if you're currently a monthly subscriber and you're looking maybe to take an annual, I can give you a 25%. And as always, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Goes over your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay, you have to do that. I do a stock of the day video. It is free. You can sign up for it. Trade of the week. It is free. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week, Steve, who is the originator, he suggested cash, not the stock, but cash. So he didn't come up with any specific stock this week. Education, big education section is here. Here is the user guide. So there's that getting started again. More detailed information about alert windows and top list windows about the stock racing. We had some questions earlier about this is the trading simulator and Brokerage Plus, okay? Chart trading, okay? I don't know if you're still in the room, John, but here's chart trading, Brokerage Plus, and the trading simulator. And as I said before, I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, Monday to Friday. And today is Monday, so it should be Chris Varley in our YouTube room. And before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room. And as always, guys, this is a free room. So if you are going to take out a subscription, please click on my homepage link. Okay. Oops. Click on my homepage link. Use this promo code. Okay. It'll tell the company that the room is, well, in their estimation, working. Okay. It is producing. Again, if you want to take a subscription, I'm not talking about those of you who are in the room and are not interested yet or even ever. But if you are going to take out a subscription, please use my link. Okay. Again, it keeps the room free. And also, if you save my homepage, then you can take a look at my I forgot to go over my scans, the education section, and of course my scans, which I think are pretty popular. I've got a lot of scans here. You'll hear me talk about the option plays right there and the breakouts and breakdowns. Almost exclusively, I use those. But I have other scans that I am sharing. So again, if you save my home page, then you can have access to my scans and that education section. And if you at any point you want to take out a subscription, there's the promo to use. Okay, John. So you saw on the user guide, way more detail about chart trading, Brokerage Plus, and also simulated trading. Okay, so RMTI now is back up to that maybe interesting level. All right, maybe interesting because now it's at the high of Friday. 411 was the high of Friday, so it's right back up there. It tried to hold the VWAP. Yeah, it basically held the VWAP, 388. So it popped into that like blue line. If you can see my 15-minute chart, that blue line approximates the VWAP. Important. If you don't know anything about the VWAP, just know that it's an important area. And a lot of times, what we're looking for to see if a stock moves into it and then bounces off it. Of course, if it moves down below it, so obviously if it bounces off it, that might set up a something to buy. But if it breaks down through it, then that might set up a short. Well, that GP definitely surprised me. I did not think it would be this robust, cheap earnings play, Canada EV play. I did not think it would be this robust. A little bit choppy, I don't, and it broke down through the VWAP a couple of times, but nonetheless. All right, guys, I'm definitely now interested in the RMTI. Let's see, it's at 413, 415 bid ask. Let's see if it can hold. It has to hold over the high of Friday. But again, this is a beaten up stock, so let's not kid ourselves that it's going to, have a tremendous run from here. But looking left, almost $6 is the next high, but it was beaten up for the last 2 days. It did have a bounce off the lows on Friday, but down to 260 something, and it closed at 316. So there was a bit of a bounce on Friday. Wow, CNSL, look at this. This has got a lot of, is this another one? A wired telecommunications? Is this been caught up in the lead? Looks like it is also in this lead issue. A lot of shares of, I can't get it. A lot of shares available, 5 million at Interactive Brokers. But they're just dropping, doggone it, they're just dropping the bid on me. So I had no idea about this lead issue in the States. I'm sure it is in Canada also, but maybe that's why TELUS was moving down on Friday. That's a big telecommunications company up in Canada. So the question was, can you short GP at Interactive Brokers? You can. 81,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Cannot speak for other brokerage platforms, but certainly at Interactive Brokers, there are quite a few. This one's trade zero, doesn't have locates. Trade zero, really, for GP. Wonder if it's because it's no, it shouldn't matter though. I mean, it's a Canadian company, but obviously trades on the U.S. exchange. Trade zero, I mean, that's what their one of their specialties is, having shorts available. I'm surprised. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Give me about 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So RMTI is still sort of hanging around the high of Friday. Well, if you can see my screen, you can see the 10-day daily breakout for GP right at 930, 474, and 605 now. So this is the don't repeat version. This is the 10-day daily breakout. And that basically just tells you where was the first alert, what time, and what was the price. And then this is the repeating version to the left of it. Well, I tried to get the fiber again, but you know what's happening now is that uptick rule is just not wanting to me just not allowing me to fill where I want it. It's down more than 10% again, of course, today. So the uptick rule is in effect. I have to, I can go in at the bid, but I mean, if even though actually I was at the bid and it hadn't moved, but I guess there wasn't enough action at the ask, and then I'm in a big queue of others who want to short at the same price. So it's a little frustrating. It has nothing to do with how many shorts. Lots of shorts, 2.7 million at Interactive Brokers. No. And that's a great green bar ignored also. If you look at a 15-minute chart for FYBR, you see the big downtrend, and then you see at 1045, the 1045 candle is green, totally engulfed by the previous red candle. The next candle, which is the current candle, is red, breaking down below 1204, which is the low of that green candle, and just continues down. So this is a classic short selling setup. It doesn't work like this all the time, of course, but you just look at it like this: a downward trend, a pause in the trend, and then the downward trend continues. That's a green bar ignored. Of course, the reverse, you had a nice trend up, then you had a red candle, and then the trend continues. That would be a red bar ignored. Oh, guys, can you hear me in the main room? We might be live again. Can you hear me in the main room? Okay, now let's see if I can get the screen sharing going. All right, hallelujah for a while anyway, guys. So I believe you guys can see. Oh, there you go. So support. Thank you. Thank you, Sebastian. Yeah, no, I know you told that's what I've let them know. You must be going crazy because it's not just this room, you have other rooms you have to support. So okay, well, thank you. Hopefully that lasts for the day anyway. Of course, okay, so those of you in YouTube, if you want to come back, you can come back. You can stay in YouTube if you want, of course, but there is a delay in YouTube. So if you want to come back into the main room, we are up and running again. And my guess in the main room, anyway, if I start to clap, you won't. Oh, no. Forget it. Tomorrow. The noise canceling will work tomorrow. Good morning, Tony. There we go. Okay, now I can try to concentrate a little bit more on what's happening. All right, let's see. So the RMTI is still not giving us the big break, of out of 412 yet, or off of 412 yet. Yes, Tony, it is. Let me just give me a moment. Yeah, so if you click on my homepage link, I just put a link underneath you. If you click on that link, you'll be brought to this page, and right at the top here, okay? Remember, it's 15% off the first month only. I always have to emphasize that because we get so many emails and say, hey, how come I'm paying more after the first month? All right, so I mean, that RMTI, guys, I mean, that's probably my number one focus only because of the room it might have, okay? I'm gonna just, the fiber is just ticking me off too much. I can't seem to get it. So, but you just sort of see what room it's got, RMTI, when you look left. Let's stick it on it around 416 instead, okay? Around 416. Well, the RXRX, I was demonstrating how you can use the buy button, and I set up a buy order on a pullback to that price of 1336. And so far, so good. This is in the simulator. Okay, the volume is tailed off. I mean, the overall volume is not low. I mean, 2.6 million. So the overall volume is not low, but sure, the volume is tailed off. So all we're waiting for is to see if the volume can come back and pop it through. But certainly, I mean, 2.6 million, that's almost 8 times normal. So it's not that, but you're right. I mean, the volume is tailed off. That's why it's not doing anything. Okay, let's see. So again, last week's high for RXRX was 1495. That doesn't tell the whole story though, because on that day, on this day, the actual in the pre-market it got up to 18 something, I believe. So, well, that doesn't tell the truth, the whole story. Just looking at this daily candle, the daily candles only are the candles from 9:30 to 4 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, does not include any pre-market or post-market. 1894. Thanks, Paradox. Yeah, that's what I thought. Almost 19. Yeah. All right. BBIO just made a new high. No, it didn't. Yes, it did. Just made a new high. BBIO just made a new high. And who knows? Maybe it'll challenge the. I mean, the pre-market high was up to 30, almost 33. But it's been a choppy one. I mean, very choppy. Only choppy depending how many shares you took. Okay. I mean, if you're on a higher time frame, it probably doesn't look as choppy, but you're trying to intraday trade this, you're going to have a fairly wide stop. I mean, look what happened. Right back down to 30.52 from 31.35. So, I mean, it's not quite a dollar drop. So it depends where you're putting your stops. Oh, man. Fiber, fiber, fiber. So my sound alert in this window is, oh, man. And yeah, it's just sort of hammering the point home. Oh, man, look at this one. FYBR. I would always download the beta, Phoenix. Okay. The beta's fine. I've only, yeah, absolutely, I would download the beta. And if you're going to do it, please use my link. Okay. Again, helps the room. How did that Stag W do? Not bad, actually, guys. Can't remember when I was talking about it. Probably around $8. It popped up, pulled back down to the VWAP, 824. Yeah, right to the VWAP, and now it's popping off the VWAP. And the next high looking left is 924 for Stag W on the weekly chart. So this has got some room. I'm just going to forget about RMTI. I think the last 2 days, still there. I mean, for all the reasons that got knocked down, they're still there. So this bounce may be very short lived. This is probably going to drive me crazy also, the CNSL. Such a cheap one, but I guess it is all wrapped up in this lead problem with all these other communication companies. I'm just assuming that's the reason. So you know what? I would keep an eye on this as ZimV. The reason being, again, it still has some room. 1370, 1343 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So it's a little bit of a pause. Not a ton of volume, 500,000, 580,000, 8 times normal. But what a day. I mean, what a day. Actually, well, yeah, what a day. I was going to say I thought it was even more, but I mean, it was $10 a few days ago, a couple of weeks ago. Chopped around. But look at today. I don't know if there's any. So here is the news. Okay, circulating deal suggesting company seeing takeover interest. Oh, okay, that's what it is. Okay, working with an unknown investment bank. So this is super, super rumor led. Okay. Meanwhile, the SPY has, yeah, modestly up. Dow is a little bit up. Nas is a little bit up ahead of a big earnings week. Yeah, I don't know if this CVM has enough room for me. If it takes out three, then the next high looking left is 333. I mean, that wouldn't be bad. Obviously, if you told me I could take it at three and we'll get to 333, of course. But we don't know that's what's going to happen. I wish the next high would have been around 350. All right, guys, this Stag W, just watching it right here. I'm toying with the eye of it, taking it. I mean, it's had the nice little pop. Only problem is it's a little bit extended on that 15-minute candle. Maybe if it just pulls back a little and then pops up again, might take that trade for Stag W, STGW. The pre-market high, yeah. Well, you know what? The pre-market high is 863. That might be too close. I was more looking left, seeing the next high looking left on the weekly was 922. That is certainly far enough away. But the pre-market high is 863. That is maybe too close for me then. That's only 14 cents away. Okay, ABOS is trying to come back. ABOS is trying to come back. Obviously, a key level is $10. The VWAP is at 1069, so maybe that could be a little bit of a magnet. It had news, but remember, it's only phase one. Phase one in bio terms, that's right at the start. Yes, some positive data. It's an Alzheimer drug candidate, but it's only phase one. And there's actually been a little bit of short covering at Interactive Brokers. Now there are 27,000 shares available to short for ABOS. Last time I looked, it was about 13,000. Not a lot of share, not a lot, but there's been some short covering at Interactive Brokers anyway. Well, there goes the RXRX, guys. So that was a definitely a nice one, demonstrating how to use the buy button on the chart. No, for some reason. Oh, I know what happened. I had to reload my Brokerage Plus. That's why. Well, key level obviously is that 14 for RXRX. Hmm. Okay, CT. Wow, this has been halted, resumed, halted, resumed, halted, resumed a few times. CT, CX. So this looks like maybe this was a SPAC. All right, guys. So I don't know what the story. For some reason, I'm not getting any news on CTCX. But typically, when it just started trading as CTCX in the pre-market, a lot of times that means it was a SPAC that turned into a CTCX. It's possible it's a symbol name change. I just can't quite tell because I don't have any news on it. I will say this, if this takes out 925, yeah, this takes out 925. You can see, okay, first of all, this blue screen you see here, this is nothing. So thank you, Chris. So it went from Alpha. Thank you. Thank you very much. What sound like I always think of Elvis. Anyway, thank you very much for that. So it was Alpha. Now it's changed its ticker to CTCX. So this blue screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. So this is the halt price, 18,817. And here is the projected open. This can change, of course. So obviously if it opens at 9, but this can change. This is not written in stone. If it's a 5-minute halt, like the rest of them, Actually, one was a 10-minute halt. Actually, they've all been 10-minute halts, it looks like, for CTCX. So this might be a 10-minute, more like a 10-minute halt. At any rate, I'd be watching. In fact, what I'm going to do is just stick an alert at 9:32, see if it takes that out, and it might have a shot to get up to that 1334 level later. Yeah, well, E-Trade, yeah, E-Trade. I just find it amazing that E-Trade does some of the things that you tell me, William, like not showing available. I mean, E-Trade. I mean, they're the ones who really started the whole thing. Do I remember what low float energy stocks were previous runners? Remember Nine was one, NINE. Um, what was the big one though? There was one that went crazy. Guys, the question in our YouTube room: what were those? Remember those low float energy stocks? Nine was one of them, but there was one I think maybe started with P, the letter P, or and it was the one that was the more insane one. HUSA, yeah, HUSA was one definitely. There was another, yes, HUSA definitely was one, yes. But there was one though that was insane. Like this one really is not trading 35,000 shares. So no, I know. I know my voice is in the main room. You must have missed Indo. That's the one. Thank you, Jamie. That's the one I was thinking of. Indo, INDO. You must have missed the announcement. Yeah, as you can see my screen. We're back to normal in the main room. Fingers crossed. That'll last for today and forever. It's amazing, I mean, it's hard, when I'm trying to do things and having to deal with that. It's just a big distraction. Run to the bank to deposit all your money. Good for you. Yeah, Indo was the other one. Yeah, that was the one I was really thinking of. Very low float, 4 million in the float, but they're not doing anything right now. So, whoa, AVDL guys, AVDL just showing up here. Ooh, I missed it. Boy, that what a drop. Look at this. The alert was at 1519, 1389. Now, I don't think you could have got it at 1519, but but there's a big drop for it. All right. Well, there's your BBIO, guys. Let's see if it runs now. Okay, let me. I just have to keep an eye on the BBIO. Okay, Phoenix. When you say trouble loading from the cloud, you mean now? Do you have first of all? Do you have a green? So you just took out a subscription? Okay. Do you have a green ball? in your toolbar? Is it green? No, that's the problem. So you are not correctly logged in. The other thing too is you have to fill out these exchange agreements. And one of the questions is, are you a professional? Okay. And if you're most 99.9% are not, you have to check that you're not. When I say check, you have to check mark that you are not a professional. You have to fill out the exchange agreements. That's typically the reason. Now, if you did all that, if you do think you did that, then the next thing is your username and your password are case sensitive. But a lot of times is because the exchange agreements were not filled out correctly. Okay, but now how about your password and your username? Because they are case sensitive. Now, if you're still having problems, I'll send you to our, yes, 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 yes. Okay, guys, yay, finally a BBBIO. I've taken some off just in case it cannot get through 32. Yeah, check your pass. Yeah, that might be it. It's usually it's two things. It's either the exchange agreements or not. Come on, 32. Come on, 32. I feel like I'm at Vegas. Come on, 7 or whatever they yell when they're playing for their dice. Okay, guys, I'm just having to watch this BBIO, see if it can take the pre-market high was 32.75. So let's get through 32. Yes, 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 yes. Now let's see if it can challenge this pre-market high, 32.71. But if you're in this one, just don't walk away from your computer, okay? Even for a second, because you've seen what it's done before. You know, the trend is up. Let me know, Phoenix, if that's not the issue, then I'll send you to our support and they'll check your, you just have to give them your email. They'll check your account. Okay. Who asked the question about, something about, do you recommend course with 2,500 GP to master trading with UK school? I don't know what you mean by that. I can't recommend anything, you know, in terms of a course. I don't know that course though. That's why you cannot lose sight of these, you know. Sometimes it's discouraging, you know, when you see some of these, especially at the beginning of the day. So, Maggie, I'm not sure I know what you mean. UK pound. Oh, so they want to charge you that? Yeah, I don't know that enough. But what I would do is take a look at our free course, okay, first. Instead of paying that amount of money. I mean, if you're new to trading, I hate to see you pay all that money if you can get what we've got free, okay? So if you click on my homepage link, and click on the homepage link. And right at the top here, Trading 101. And that is, it's about 38 videos or so. You don't have to look at them all, but I mean, it starts off with what is a stock, okay? So I would take a look at that. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. And the basis behind this is that at the beginning of the pandemic, his wife, I think his wife is a nurse, but anyway, couldn't go into work, and she did not know the first thing about trading. So he basically did a course with her. I think it's sort of a little interactive. I think she's there, and basically starting right from scratch with somebody who'd never traded before and did not know any of the trading terminologies. So you might want to take a look at that before you start paying money, okay, or spending money. How's that? Referring to might be the most wonderful course in the world, but I just don't know it. And I would always. And Michael is if you are in the room tomorrow, Michael is in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Okay. Whoa, 11:45 already. Well, it's been a fast morning. Frustrating, but with the room problems. But hey, let's look forward. Well, Tony, if you click on my homepage, okay, click on my homepage link. I know I keep putting it in. Hey, click on my homepage link. Hey, Tony, just click on it, and when you do, it's right here, Trading 101. What I try to do with my homepage is put most of the information that I think is relevant that people want to see, so you don't have to go to the Trade Ideas homepage and trying to find stuff. And obviously, here's how you can take out a subscription. Here's that Trading 101. There's the Getting Started if you take out a subscription. But here is the education section with the user guide, my scans, things like that. Okay, that's why I try to in my homepage I try to put things that most people probably care about. Okay. Oh man, look at B Bio guys. I mean, we might get a 33 break. No, William, stop it. I know you want to short it, but you stop that, okay? So the high in the pre-market was 32.73, so it's right there. Or you are short, okay? Let me back this out. Now, the next high looking left is 38.07. 38.07. Not saying it's getting there, of course, for B Bio on the weekly chart. Well, at least I know what I'm going to do my video on today. You moment, guys. It was a password issue. Okay, good. Good to know, Phoenix, that it was an easy fix. All right, guys, 11:50. So I will be taking a break in about 10 minutes. Chris, I'll make sure it's Chris. Okay, so it is Chris, guys. So in about 10 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Chris Varley will take over in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, CTCX open again. I see I completely lost sight of this. Had my alert set right here at 9:32. You guys have no excuses. Okay. Somebody asked, do we, what we're doing in this room is pointing out opportunities, okay? Now, if I'm, you'll hear me. I mean, with the BBIO, I'm never going to say everybody should take this trade at whatever, what did I get in? 31.37 or yeah, 31.32. I'm not going to say that, okay? I'm just pointing out an opportunity. You all have to have a trading plan. You should not follow people blindly. Some of the things that I do may not meet somebody's your trading plan or your style. You have to have your own, within reason. I mean, there's only a certain number of styles out there, but a lot of people would say, you know what, I don't want to take it as it's running. I want to wait for it to pull back. I mean, I'm not talking just CTCX, maybe to the VWAP or to some moving average that you like, and that's fine. There's no one definitive trading style. Okay, as long as whatever you do. Is there any way to know the total buy and sales of a particular stock at any given time? So you're talking about the volume. Well, I mean, we have volume bars on, well, you could go all the way down to a 1 minute chart and you would see the volume. If that answers your question. I mean, here's the total volume, of course, now with CTCX up here, 179,000, but the individual I use almost exclusively 15-minute charts. But if you had a 1 minute chart out, you'd see the 1 minute volume. Well, I mean, this. Well, you're seeing the exact volume right here. on the side, because it's moving up and down. So you can see the exact volume. But, I wouldn't get too hung up on it. The like right to the one share. I wouldn't get too hung up on it. Well, you see the BBIO, it was at 1.5, now it's 1.6 million, as the volume is coming in. So you can look, if you look at our volume bar right there, and you can see the number as the volume is coming in, it changes. All right, we have another attempt at 33 for BBIO, guys. We have another attempt right here. Yes. Now, again, we looked left on the weekly chart, and what did we see? We had a lot of room still right up here. Not saying it's getting there, of course. 43.14 is the next high looking left. So this is how well our AI has worked today, guys. A couple of real stars, just two trades, two alerts. Okay, the BBIO, and then the ZIMV. So Chris should be in a room very soon. He usually shows up a little bit earlier. So let me get my announcement in. Well, I'm on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. And before I go, let me put the YouTube link in. Okay, there's your YouTube link. So Chris is not there yet, but he'll be there very soon, I think. Okay, guys, before I take my break, keep an eye on the ABOS. Okay, the ABOS. I think the longer it holds over 10, it may have a shot. Okay, it may have a shot. The VWAP is up here at 1065, so there is room to the VWAP if that stalls it. Well, yeah, I mean, we're using Trade Ideas scanners. Okay, so of course, I mean, I shouldn't say of course, but I mean, you can see BBIO. Can you see my screen, Maggie? Maggie, can you see my screen? Because you'll see BBIO well, you'll see it twice. Okay, so I mean, that's that if you were do any pre-market work at all, BBIO, we knew about BBIO from the pre-market. Okay, so I've got a pre-market scanner that I use. And so BBIO was going crazy in the pre-market. So we knew this was one, and then you check the news to see what the news is. It seemed pretty good. We knew this was be one that's going to be active and to keep following it all day. Now, did I know it was absolutely going to do this? No. I mean, it was a little. I was in earlier, kind of scalped out, made a little bit of money, dropped. But, on that 31 break, the second or third time, when it took out these highs right there at 31.06, that's when I kind of pounced on it. But, I didn't get in until 31.37. But anyway, that's to make it a short answer, I use trade ideas. Okay.
Can you hear me, Mr. Barry?
I can hear you. Just give me one moment. Okay, guys. Chris is in our YouTube room. You've got your link. Wait a minute. I don't think I put it in again. Let me one more second. You're probably going to see a few more people in YouTube, Chris, because we had problems with the room again.
Oh,
okay, guys. So Chris is in the YouTube room. I just put the YouTube link in. I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room, and I'll see you guys in about an hour. And Mr. Chris Varley, how are you? Wow, look at BBIO. Yes, sirree.
Yeah, I didn't get that one. I'm watching PMN. I was in it early, got out of it, and on this last break over 6, I got it at 6:01. I'm dancing whether to sell.
PMN, yes, okay.
Yeah. So I did well on the first trade of it. I went light on this one, so in case somehow it just all of a sudden completely collapses, I'm still walking away, able to afford dinner tonight.
Okay. All right. So again, you may have more people in YouTube than normal. We again had, unfortunately, that data breach and etc.
All right.
And in the main room, but the main room is now functioning again. But everybody had to go over to YouTube if they want to listen to me and
got it.
So.
Hopefully they get that sorted sooner than later.
Oh, it's sorted now. It is sorted now. So, but I'm sure there's some residuals.
Right. Makes sense. Oh, I got to switch screens.
You got to switch screens before I can go. Yes.
All right, Barry. You are off and running, my friend. We'll see you in a little bit.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. So happy Monday. Everyone is having a solid start to the trading week. An interesting last couple of weeks here in the market overall. We could dive into that in a moment, but as always, I like to start off with just mentioning that it's a open forum here, so it's always best when you folks are driving the content and asking the questions versus me just kind of talking at you. I feel like everybody gets a lot more out of it when you folks drive that content. Of course, if no questions or comments are coming in, whether software or market related in general, I will do my best to give you some informative information that may or may not help. And I just closed out some of that PMN. I'm not going to stick around on that one. I thought maybe on a second break of that 6, that maybe it might take another shot at high day, but doesn't look too likely right now. Probably needs to get over that VWAP sitting at 655. So anyways, that's life in the trading lane right now. So again, anybody with questions, please fire those away for me. Like I said, I don't have any pre-done content. This is just Q&A where you folks try to get what you need from us on education of the software and the directions you're trying to head and things you're trying to do with that software to derive the information best for your trading plan. With all of that said, hide that. There we go. Get that out of the way. With all that said, market was looking to gap down slightly this morning. Everything is currently up right now as far as the overall market. Actually, look at the IWM. I'm guessing that's up as well. Yeah. So, small caps really starting to break away a little bit here now, right? We talked about these a couple of weeks ago and said that if we wanted to see a real full market rally, really nice to see the small caps start to participate. I shouldn't say full market rally. That's bad phrasing. That's bad. That's not how I wanted to put that. But just, to see the overall market really start to make an assault towards those all-time highs. We're starting to see a nice move here on the small caps. So we'll see how that shakes out like that. Looking at the major indexes and benchmarks here through their ETFs. Here's your NASDAQ. Again, we're still off all-time highs on all of these, but, the best first half to a year ever, literally ever, in the NASDAQ, doesn't really show any signs of slowing down at this point. Now, for all I know, tomorrow, again, it collapses completely. But, we don't know. How do you look for MACD crossing up the signal but happening below the histogram? Travis, I don't use MACD at all ever. I've literally never used it, so I don't really have a lot to give you on that, unfortunately. I have the basics of MACD essentially, because of studying for CMT exams. So I can't really help you much on that. And, I'd be looking at like I said, the real basics, crossing the signal line, on the histogram, not looking at it below that. It would have to be a cross above that, as far as goes. Anything else below that, textbook wise is likely to be a false signal. So PMN trying to poke back above that 6 level again. Just so tempting. Let's see. Let's get a new chart out here and let's pull up some MACD and let's look at it together, right? That's how we do things. Where the heck is duplicate in the free floating window? All right. So give me a second so I can throw some MACD on these charts here. Indicators. MACD, let's add you. All right, so we can at least get all right, gotcha, Steve. Thank you. So let's scroll back and get a little more data on this chart here because there's not much underneath. So now what were we asking again? So MACD, we only have alerts for MACD to start with. We don't have a filter for MACD. We only have alerts on MACD. So, that's one place to start with. So I'm looking at charts. In this here, you can't adjust the alerts. So this is it right here. So I thought you were talking about reading charts there, Travis. Sorry. No, this is it. These are pre-configured. So you can't alter or change these. The only thing you can do is, click on one of these, go add alert, put the check mark in it, and then you can set up some filters with it if you want to, as further qualifiers for your scan. But that's it on MACD. There's no other adjustments that you can make on that. It's not even a filter with it, an alert filter. Right. Some alerts have filters on them. For example, the new high alert, if you click that, it's got a filter that's attached to it. See here, there's a filter that's attached to this for this specific one for hours of trading. MACD doesn't even have that. So I thought your question was more related to reading MACD on a chart. I don't use it to scan, period. I never have. But that's going to be it. That's going to be your option there, to find one of those MACD options and use it as is. Like I said, you can add other filters. Excuse me. You can add other filters as qualifiers for the scan, but the alert is the alert. It's hard coded. No changing that. So that'll kind of, I think, take care of us there. I'll save that chart in case we need it later for something else. And so that new user, if you're in here, please pop your comment. Let us know in the chat. No worries, Travis. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. So, sorry, I don't have a better answer for you. I wish I could tell you, something more that you wanted to hear. Of course, I don't like telling anybody no on anything. I wish we had everything that everybody wanted. MACD is one of those ones. Just the hard code that's on there. So again, person looking for auto AI setup. Hopefully you're gonna jump in and let us know you're here, because I'm not going to go over it unless you let us know you're here. What I will do is drop this link that shows how to do it, how to set it up with our simulator. And it's basically the same setting up with the simulator as it is with an account, with an IB or E-Trade account. So, but I'll leave it there. I'm not going to waste time on someone unless they're going to, let us know they're in here. Yeah, I don't think we'd have anything that you could do, because first off, we don't have EMAs to start with. And you need the EMA here, not here, right? So there's not even a workaround, unfortunately, Travis, on that. Not even a workaround that I could even begin to fathom for you. I'm sorry that I don't have something more positive to share with you on that. So, all right, with that said, other questions, please start, plugging those away for me here, folks, as far as whether it's software or charting or anything like that goes. And I'm here to assist with those. Dive back into the market itself. So one of the things that I've been doing for the last couple of months now, probably since sometime in April, is I have this compare count window that I created. And it's basically looking at 30-day highs versus 30-day lows. That includes weekends in it. So I could get, a real month's worth of data essentially. And so, this is going to alert me for every stock that's making a new high during the 30 days. And as long as it keeps making new highs, it's going to, alert me as well. But not alert me like an alert window. This is more looking at, the market breadth. So we can see here, again, a pretty bullish looking day for the market in general, as the new lows are kind of pinned down here and the new highs are well up above that and have stayed above that. I also use this window where I'm looking at it regularly each day and each week, saying, it was 3 days this week that it looked really to the buy side, 2 days this week that it only looked to the buy, things like that. So as the weeks have gone on, this continues to confirm the bull story that we're seeing unfold over the last couple of months here. It's been, very strong to the buy side here for stocks making those new. The way I talk is so rude. I do apologize. I don't mean to come across rude. Very sorry for that. I would never try to come across rude on that. I do apologize if you find that rude. It's a first for me. What do I think of ENPH? Let's bring up a chart and take a look. ENPH. So yeah, this isn't quite, this isn't participating like the other semiconductors are, because SMH is at all-time highs. I would have to guess the SOXX is also at all-time highs. This one kind of remains under pressure here, Got this gap that it looms above here. So I think if it could really work its way into this gap, you might see a vacuum move up on here, a vacuum I'm not rude at all. Yeah, I'm not gonna, get into if that's the way someone perceives something. It is what it is. I won't tell them how to feel or think, and I'll make it an adjustment to hopefully make them feel more welcome. I'd never want anybody to not feel welcome here. So we'll move on from there, and I get a teaching moment that someone didn't perceive me in a positive way, and I'll try to make myself better for that. But so back to ENPH here. Yeah, if it could get into this gap here, given that we do have tailwinds of the bull market behind us right now, I think, banging its head against 200 and then beyond is a realistic scenario. Down here, if we were to give up this area, I want to drill in a little further, a little closer here. All right, folks, we're going to move on from the whole rude thing. All right. That's all. We'll just move on from it. Okay. We're just going to move on from that. All right. So please, no more comments on it. That's the end of it. Thank you all very much. All right. I appreciate all comments. Right. I take them all with a grain of salt, and we're all here to learn together. I learn in these just as well as everybody else. Just as I hope everybody else is learning. You folks get my juices flowing in my brain and make me think of things outside the box a lot of times that help me as much as I hope I'm helping you folks as well. So with that said, this area right in here, this is the concern area, I would say, down here, that if we kind of bang below today's low of the day, bang below maybe that 175 level, that's where I'd be looking for it to give up to 150 and then beyond. I don't really have a reason, as I'm not a news person, I don't follow in that sense, why ENPH would really be lagging behind the rest of the semiconductors. Because if you look at, let's say, ON, this thing's been a beast. I mean, look at this thing for semiconductors. This thing has just been unstoppable, right? Just absolutely unstoppable. So, ENPH, maybe you get that, ENPH maybe gives that, plays catch up. Maybe it plays catch up here. Totally possible, very reasonable scenario. So with that said, also, let's just look at SOXX real quick here. So this is your semiconductors, right? And so again, the semiconductors, not quite as strong of a move as ON, for example. But I mean, that's a pretty sizable move breaking this range right here. It's illustrated well on the picture-in-picture chart here. Got this range that it was stuck in for, so many months, and then bang, a jump out and just a slow trickle up now at this point on this big breakout that happened in here, right? The SMH going to look very similar, right? So almost the same exact look. I mean, maybe a candle or two is a little different, but very, very, very close overall on that look. So, ENPH could play that makeup one. Of course, like everything else, just make sure you got a trading plan in place and that you stick to it. Don't be like, I was at the beginning of my trading career, where I was constantly moving goalposts back on stops, right? It was a hard thing for me to admit when I was wrong, like I think like a lot of other people. So, when we're wrong, we move on. If we get stopped out of a trade and then it sets back up for us to get back in, that's the way it goes sometimes. We get back in if we feel it's still the right trade at that time, and we just execute those plans like that. That's what the best we do is follow systems that we've tested, tried, and we believe are true for ourselves. So LIXT. I mean, the spread isn't insane. I mean, it's at 10 cents right now, 9 cents. So jumping back and forth, right? So I'm guessing it was as high as 15, maybe. I haven't looked at it at all today, to be honest. This a day trader, it's going to be jumping all over the place. 1 million in the float. So this is something you're not going to want to turn your back on, because this thing could, it could do this as quickly as it could do that, right? We obviously see what it did earlier in the day here. So it's not something we're going to want to mess around with by, getting in a position and just running to the bathroom real quick, even if it's for, for 90 seconds or something like that, right? But it's got this nice curling action here. It looks like this $8 or whatever it is here, and then that topping shadow looks to be pretty tough, I would say. What's the high of that candle? Somewhere around 850. So, but it's got increased volume coming in. So, if you've got some kind of plan that says above 8, I want to own it, and my stop is XYZ for whatever reason, and you really believe in it, obviously trade that plan. If you don't have a plan in place, this is one you really, for me anyways, I really would need a plan in place for this. And my plan starts with risk management. If I'm wrong, where am I wrong? How much am I willing to lose by being wrong? And then I move to, if I'm right, where is the target that I'm right to, or the tentative target that I'm right to? So fighting around that 8 level, really fighting around that 8 level, right? So we gotta keep an eye on that. Sorry, just still kind of managing this trade in PNM and fighting at that VWAP right there. Couldn't quite bust through it again. So that'd be my 2 cents on that one, Peter. There, like I said, fighting at that $8 level. If it can really bust through there, you probably it's a good chance you're going to see high of the day on that one. Michael, please, what's QSI on right now? QSI value is QSI a stock, or is it an indicator we're asking for? I'm guessing it must be the stock you're looking at. So yeah, having a day here, relative volume being 27 million shares traded on it. Just busted through for a new high of the day here. Not a small float, 96 million in that float. So it's not a small float. I would say this on this right here, look at where it ran into trouble right here, right? Going back to here. So you've got this and this and this and this and this. So it's a big level to be looking at right there, right? Whoop. There's PNM really making a move. Oof. All right. We closed out some of that on this move right here, and we're just about done on that. So, as far as value itself goes there, Michael, I'm not, if you could elaborate what you mean by value a little bit, I'd love to touch more on it for you, of course. But QSI again, sorry, let me bring that chart back up again. Just, really watching this here. This is why, I don't know how Barry does what he does, to be honest. But as far as value, as far as the chart goes, it's run into some resistance here, and we got a little bit of falling volume here, right? That doesn't mean it's done, right? Maybe a pullback and a base and another, just like it did here. Made this nice move up, a pullback and a base, and back out again, It looks a little different, obviously, on a 3-minute chart, but not that much different on the 3-minute chart, right? So those are the kind of things that I'd be looking at as far as that goes. Do I put trailing stops if I go more than one trade? No, never an active trailing stop. It's just more in my brain, Brian. I've never used a trailing stop. I've always thought about using them. I'm a big fan of them without using them, if that makes any sense. I don't know if that makes sense or not. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of trailing stops without using them. I know it's kind of weird, but they make sense to me. I have no excuse for not using them, to be honest. But yeah, I think they're, like I said, I'm a big fan of them. That's all. I'm without a question a big fan of them. All right, that's gonna. Sorry, there we go. All right. Just really watching this PNM. And then Agdor, Chris, I have a question. Use Holly. I've most of the strategy in high tab. Then when I am turned to position tab, I can't see anything. So a little hard for me to see what you got going on exactly right now. But one of the things that I'd like to ask you to do is this. One of the things I'd like to ask you to do is this. On your menu bar, go to Help and go to Send Files to Support for me. All right. And then let me know when those are sent. And if you can shoot me an email, because this is very hard for me to troubleshoot here live on screen, because there's things I can't pull up. There's tools I can't pull up in front of everybody on screen. And then email me here, info@trade-ideas.com. And I'll be able to dig further in once I'm not live on screen. It's just there's sensitive information that I can't bring up here. I can't look at your files. I can't see what you have going on. You know, there's things that it's likely is the issue, but it's just impossible for me to do here live on screen. What I can say or do is on the Holly tab here, all right, you got to make sure that, you know, of course you have them enabled, like you said you did, right? You know, click to enable, right? And then you have to have made sure before you did that, you set the long instructions in here, right? You connected your broker, right? And you set up if you're going moderate or conservative, how your position sizing, is it a limit or a market order? You know, or if it's a limit order, what's your offset, your time in force, you know, all the things you do in a normal set of orders and trading, right? You'd have to do that for the long trades. And then the same thing on the short trades. You're going to do the exact same thing here, right? All those things just like that. I go over all this in the video I shared earlier. We're going to find that link for that video again. All right, so there's that again. That's going to show you how what I just showed you. Now it goes over it in the simulator, but it's the same concept in live trading. Just instead of picking the simulator and the simulation account, you would only be picking your IB as the connection, and then your IB account. And let me illustrate one more time. Hold on, bring over Brokerage Plus. So, all right, if we're in Brokerage Plus, right, you know, we got to connect to a broker first. So in this case, I'm going to connect to the simulated trading. But if you're doing IB, you connect to IB, right? And you click connect, right? Now that only connects to the broker. That doesn't get your account. The second fold is in the instructions in here. You click on edit for the account and you can see simulated trading default account, right? And that it would give me that. If you're connected to your IB account, you're going to see the IB account there. You then make that selection. You click save, and then it'll be here. And then you go through the rest of the steps of setting these items in here. And then you would go ahead and enable each and every one of these strategies that you do want to trade. Some people don't want to trade any of the short ones. Some people only want to trade the short ones. You know, that of course is at your discretion with that. So hopefully that helps get you going in that sense. I'm gonna suspect, because I'll say 99 out of 100 times when someone has things enabled and then it doesn't make the trade, the account wasn't selected, only the broker was connected. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it was that, but without those files, I can't say for certain. And like I can't bring files up on screen. There's sensitive information in there that I can't do from here. So that is going to be that. All right, let me see if I can catch up. And then, and if you have more questions on that, please let me know. Or if I went too fast on something, let me know. Or you need more elaboration on something, let me know. I think we've covered everything. Getting now back to Travis. Another one. Do you find the races built on filters and alerts tend to be more helpful finding good trades? So Travis, so it's a funny thing for me. I'm like the last holdout on races, to be honest. Everybody else is raced out. They prefer the alert windows and top lists. For whatever reason, I did not do well with alert windows on my day trading. I found a big turn in my day trading when I started using races. Now, in full confession, or in being as objective as I can be, I also had become just a better trader in general, or swing trader. I'd become a decent swing trader when the races had come out and I started trying those and going back to day trading. It was also at the beginning of the bear market a couple of years ago. And I was finding, tougher profits, or earning tougher profits in swing trading. So I was like thinking to myself, well, all right, we've made some headway in swing trading. We have a set of viable swing trading plans. What if we start to apply them to smaller timeframes in day trading? And we'll experiment with the races and see where that leads to. So, it's one of those chicken egg kind of moments for me. Was it because I became just a more disciplined trader, swing trading and obeying some rules that I set up? Or was it the races, or was it a combination of the two? Which one led which one lagged which one? I'll never be able to go back and tell exactly, but for whatever reason, I can say that the way the data is presented here to me, I'm very visual, very visual with learning. It just spoke better to me personally. So that's kind of where I would that's where I would lead you into, or that's how I would express myself regarding the races. There's just something about two things for this for me. One, I'm one of those scatterbrain people that when all of a sudden I've got alert windows, 2 or 3 alert windows, and they're going off and they're yelling stocks at me, and it just, my brain I just can't organize or focus very well like that. So here I've got the top 10 list. So I got a watch list, right? Some days there's 5 stocks in it that are unbelievable to watch, right? And they set up multiple times in a day. Some days there's only 1, some days there's 2, right? But it keeps me more focused. Here's a set of stocks. That's it. We're not jumping all over the place. I'm not scatterbrained, and then the other part of this for me is, besides the list, now I have what's moving in real time, because all of a sudden maybe something's making a move that hadn't made a move earlier. Now it's its moment. Maybe it wasn't reaching one of my volume qualifiers early on, or, it had gapped down enough that it wasn't going to get registered because of the Bollinger Band qualifier in this stock here. In the scan here. So it wasn't getting that early on because it was being held back from that. So, little things like that, like I said, made a difference for me anyways, just my personal vision and preference on that. So hopefully that gives you some sort of insight into it. And let me get to Jeffrey's question, and then I can dive into the guts of the scan itself more. Wow. PMN, what a nasty move, right? That's why, yeah. I had a feeling and might get rejected off that. So I'm glad I closed now. All right, we're all done there. If it breaks back, if it can get up around 7 and break 7, I'm probably interested to take a shot again, see if I can't ride that back up into the mid 7s. But for now, that felt good. So, hey, Chris, I've always wanted to ask you this. At your next TI staff meeting, would you bring up the clarity of these live strings? Everything is out of focus. That's got to be a YouTube thing, because I have it. Like right now I can, hold on, give me 1 second. Because I have it. Like right now I can, So here, where is it? Sorry. Let me bring this over. Here we go. So look here in YouTube, I've got that option. Look, I'm on quality 1080, right? So you're going to have to check on your end for that. Everything, I've got all these options in here. Now, I don't know why you wouldn't have it. Maybe YouTube is jamming you up for some reason, or your ISP is jamming you up maybe. I'm not a tech person in that sense. I will ask around, of course, to see if anybody knows a reason why you might be getting jammed up. But I don't think it's on our end. So get rid of that. Actually, get rid of that in that sense. There we go. So close that up. But I will bring it up, of course, to see if someone knows something that may be able to help us in that regard, or help us to royal us. We want it to be clear for you, of course. Okay, skipping through. Bill clear here. Can't see tickers on the race things either. Huh. Yeah, see, that's strange because I'm looking at it right now and it's clear as a bell for me here. I don't understand why you'd be jammed up on it. I don't have anything special. Regular Optimum internet or Cablevision or whoever the heck it is. My screens I bought these screens in 2017. Huh. I'll bring it up for you for sure. See if someone's got something that can help us on that. Oof, PMN. Now it's holding the VWAP, right? Now it's holding the VWAP, making me more interested again. Going back to the well. Resetting some price alerts here. And then Travis, you have more questions on the races. Fire those away. I don't know if I I don't know if I covered things well enough for you, or if I missed something you were looking for, or I wasn't clear about something. Of course, let me know. Throw it at me. Keep poking at me so I can make sure I get you the information that you're looking for. Best assist you in where you're trying to head with all this. Speaking of the races, I guess let's look. So we talked PMN a ton. We don't need to look at that. That's the 114 races. GP, I haven't seen that today. Have I? Nope. So all right, big gap up. Sizable move after the gap up, poking over 5, pull back down here, down to that 450 level, give or take. Then another explosion. I mean, thing is traded, wow, 30 million shares on the day. Holy mackerel. Not a big float, 17 million in the float. 16.99, splitting here, 17 million. So I had earnings this morning, obviously. We can see up here on the chart. We can see here in my single stock window. Has since pulled back. Oh, I do have a price alert on there. Oh, yeah, but I had the price alert set way back when. That's why. All right. So, this is one of those ones that can poke its head up over 5 and then maybe challenge the VWAP. Maybe I'm going to be interested in that. We'll stick a price alert just below that VWAP. That looks good. Just to keep it in focus in case it does make a move again. So QSI, we discussed this already. This thing's just grinding along. We just said before, it was making a pullback. Now, it didn't base like it did here. It really kind of pulled back and just scooped itself right up. Just poked over a new high of the day. Volume came back into it. So obviously there's interest in it still. Nothing to sneeze at with just shy of 8 million shares traded on that. PWM, newer issue, obviously. 4.7 million shares traded on that. Volume's really dried up here now in the last hour plus. So I don't, got a price alert set from earlier. I won't be holding my breath on it, to be honest. Let's continue to cruise through. RGTI, again, 3.8 million shares traded on it. So looking pretty healthy here. Gapped up, gave it up, blasted right off the low of the day. I guess the close from Friday, right? Ran sideways here at $1.90 before really busting up over 10. Now someone might say, oh yeah, but it only moved, from 190 to 215, give or take, but think about it on a $1 stock, right? That's a pretty sizable move percentage-wise. It's up 29 cents on the day. Oh, that's nothing. That's 16.5%, or just shy of 16.5%, right? So pretty pretty sizable percentage move for the stock here, right? Not a small float again either. 75 million in that float. Obviously, look, the thing has been, beat up as it was up around $6, sometime last year, I guess. Let me pull that back. I can't tell exactly from here. So, yeah, around this time last year, it was up around $6. It really came undone. Now we find itself making new higher highs and lower lows. That's the definition of an uptrend. So it's, definitely qualifies for an uptrend right now. Where the uptrend ends, everybody's guess is as good as the next person's. But I think we've got some nice levels to look at. The fact that if we can hold above this kind of level right here, right, that's constructive for a move possibly. Then we're looking at this range in here. I know they're not exactly the same, but again, these are always spongy areas. And then from here, you start to take your shots at the $3 and $4 levels, right? Stocks that are under $5, a lot of times a 25-cent level can provide a challenge. It's a mental thing. Human beings, we like whole numbers. How many people ever leave the volume of their TV at 39, right? Only a sociopath does that. I'm just kidding. But it's a joke that I have with someone else that told me that because I put my volume at 39 one time. But what I'm trying to really illustrate here is that we as human beings, we like things to be even, round, smooth like that, or on the fives, for example. Even though 5 is an odd number, the fives come in as a mental kind of block for a lot of us, I would say. So those are the things I'd be looking at on this. Anyways, RXRX. This thing has been really active for several days now, almost a week basically. Not a small float again, 118 million in that float. 12, just shy of 13 million shares traded here. Man, rejected off that 14. Otherwise, then we're looking at 15, right? So this thing might be setting up for another run. We'll see. You know what? I'm going to actually set a price alert here because I'm interested in that. I'm going to set a price alert. All right, I don't see anything else have come in since the race talk and the 1080p thing. Michael Anthony, where should Dish have major support, and should this go back to the 20-day? I have no idea on any of those questions. Sorry. We can look at a chart and let's glean a few things here. I don't look at 20-day. I'm guessing 20-day moving average. I don't use a 20 moving average. But where does it have support? $0. This thing has support at $0, right? I don't know what its lifetime low is, but we hit. Let's hit a monthly chart really fast. I mean, it's at levels that's going all the way back to 2010. I've never seen levels like this. So normally I say this half kidding. I'm not kidding. It has support at $0 right now. Legit $0. Obviously $6 right now. That's where it's banged against $6 a few times. So look, banged against 6, banged against 6, banged against 6. If it gives up 6, it's just going to continue that downtrend. It's in an unbelievable downtrend. I can throw a 20 moving average on here for us to take a look at. SMA 20 period. Let's add it. So there it is. So we can see it's, look how long it's been under pressure of the 20 SMA for, right? This thing's been under the 20 SMA consistently since, I don't even know when at this point. Since October of 2021. Since September, October of 2021. This thing has essentially spent its life under the 20 SMA, right? So I don't see why it would reclaim it at this point. Obviously, it can, you know what I mean? But it's a dead duck right now. It's it's gonna need to in order for a stock to go up, the first thing it has to do is stop going down, right? So it hasn't stopped going down yet, as far as I'm concerned. A lot of room to run sideways here. I'll need to claim this area, right? And its first step to get back in an uptrend. But look, all this time, basically under the 20 SMA, popped over it for just literally 3-4 days there. That's it. 1 day over it, 4 days over it, 2 days over it, 2 days over it, a week and a day over it, right? Other than that, it's living under the 20 SMA. So, tough one. It's a tough one right there. I don't know anything about Dish, never used the company. I just can tell you that the stock is in trouble, which would tell me that the company's in trouble. Surge. Completely come undone. I mean, this is also, just a big downtrend, right? Big downtrend, spikes up, right back down again. So I don't know what the news was that did this here. Obviously, something big happened there to run up 20 something dollars, 20 some odd dollars, right? But whatever that wasn't sustainable, right? Completely gave it up and collapsed. It's on a slight uptrend since then, right? Can't argue that. Definitely can't argue that slight uptrend like that. But it looks like it keeps getting rejected off this level in here, right? So, and it got rejected again off that and sold off pretty big time. I know it's having an update today. So, that's what we could comment on there. Showing a reversal coming in JZXN. Can anyone confirm that for me or shoot me down? What time frame on the reversal, right? All these things can come in many time frames. JZXN. I mean, definitely not a daily chart or a weekly chart, so we can rule that out. I'm guessing an intraday up reversal. I don't think there's any reversal happening here. I mean, if it got up above into the gap, maybe then, but that would be it. I wouldn't be holding my breath on it. That's all. What should we look at when considering a 20 SMA? Every person's going to have something different they want from it. I don't use a 20 SMA, so I don't have anything to consider from it personally, Peter. It's just not my cup of tea. That's all. There's no right or wrong on any of these things. I would say, like every other moving average, using it to confirm trend, right? When you've got a nice sloping SMA, whether it's a 20, a 50, 100, 200, whatever it is that you like, you want to use that to confirm a trend. Just remember that moving averages are like every indicator with the exception of price, because price is an indicator. Every single indicator is lagging. Some lag more than others. Obviously, for example, a 1 SMA is doing almost no lagging, right? Where 100 SMA lags quite a bit, right? So you got to determine the time frame that you're looking to use it, why you want that time frame, and why you would use that time frame and the moving average to then confirm the moving average of that time, or confirm the trend in that time frame. That's what I would say in that. But look, trading can be a very simple task for complicated people, or I don't know how I want to word this, but the more I've simplified things over the last several years, the less headaches I seem to have. I'm not saying I'm more successful. I just have less headaches. So what I mean by, when I really started to understand, we're managing risk. We're not trading. I'm managing risk, number one. And number two, I'm looking for trends, right? It's nice when you get those big bust out moves and the momentum shot through, like, for example, what the heck is it? This right here, right? It's great when we get this rate going on here. And we're like, oh yeah, I see this move and it's moving and bam, I get this big spike move on that momentum thing like that, right? Dude, that's the hardest stuff to do in trading. That's without a question the hardest stuff to do. I can't think of anything harder to do in trading than get these moves right here. When you're looking at things like, for example, now I'm going to use a daily chart for it, but just consider if it was on any time frame, right? When we get these nice trends, right? And we define a trend, right? And look how long this trend's going on. So we've got a nice trend. And this could be done on any time frame. This is the beautiful part about trading, right? Is things being fractal, and it will always be fractal, right? On all stocks. When we start to get fractal patterns on multiple time frames, this is where things get powerful for trends, right? And so, for example, we've got this nice uptrend that starts in Apple here, but we've seen that story before and come apart, right? And we got a pullback, only the pullback isn't deep this time, right? And then we start another uptrend, but not only do we start another uptrend, but right where we really lost the last uptrend, where we've been seeing some resistance, we take that out, right? And then we move sideways a little bit here before that uptrend starts to confirm, right? This is where the scary part for me has always been, right? Now we've got an uptrend, right? We definitely can confirm on a time frame here this uptrend that has started, right? But how much further does it have to go? We're never going to know that, right? But what we can start to do is formulate that risk plan saying, gee, I do think that we are in an uptrend, but if I'm wrong at 160, for example. It just doesn't that's not the right number. It just happened to have worked, and this hindsight's going to obviously give us whatever. We could have said, 165, or we could have said 155, for example, right? None of those are wrong. Everybody's a different appetite, different time frame. The charts speak to each of us a little bit differently. What one person sees as a support and resistance, another might not. Obviously, there are going to be ones that are obvious to most everybody. That does work like that, of course. Right. I think a lot of people could look at 160 and say, 160 has been a wicked magnet for price here. But someone might say, geez, 160 is a really obvious number. So maybe I want to stick it at 158, right? And look how it poked down here to that 158 before it really took off, right? So maybe the 160 people got stopped, and maybe I took 50 less shares, right? But I didn't get, because I was afraid that if I was wrong down here, I didn't want to be wrong too big. Don't get stopped out, and now here I am on this uptrend. And this could work on a 1 minute time frame. This works on a 5 minute time frame. This works on a weekly time frame, right? But Apple, just because I know Apple has a good trend going on the daily chart, that's why I use this as the example, cheating a little bit to make it easy for myself, obviously. But I think it illustrates it well. They won't all be this clean, obviously, but this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to find these trends, ride these trends on whatever time frame it is. I know, everybody's always going to want the big sexy move like this, going from, what is this, busted $4 all the way up to almost $9, right? Everybody wants that. Those are hard as hell. There's no two ways about it. The absolute hardest type of thing that you could try to do right here is find these ones and trade these ones. And B, if you go back each week and you look at how many stocks made a big move and then continued that big move and burst through like that versus made a big move and gave it up, I mean, I'd be comfortable saying that 7 out of 10 made the move up and then gave it up. And maybe 3 out of those 10, maybe I could be wrong, and of course this all becomes subjective. Well, what do you consider a big move and all these other things like that? My point being is, more times than not, these ones that make those big early moves do not continue the big early move afterwards. Yes, there are going to be days and weeks where it's like everything is just making that big move and continuing. And then there's going to be months where none of them do it whatsoever. So, like the saying goes, you take the long, long winding staircase up and we take an empty elevator shaft all the way down, and that's just kind of the way it goes. So hopefully that helps. Sorry, I see a bunch of new stuff that just came in here. Give me 1 second to catch up on all this. I know Barry will be coming back in a few minutes. Let's see if we can get through this and make sure we've answered everybody's questions well. What 200 SMA I enter in single stock window? Whichever one you want, whatever time frame you want to see it on, Peter. Do you want 200 SMA on an intraday one? You can, there's a whole bunch of them in there. We look at the configure here and we go to search, type in 200, right? You've got, just the 200 SMA itself, 200 on 2, 5, 15, 60 minute. You can compare it to a 20 SMA, a 200 versus 20 on these different time frames. So that's that's again personal preference. I don't use any of these moving averages, so I don't have any comment to give you on that. I just say that, like anything else, test some things, throw them on there, see if they work for you, see if they speak to you in some kind of way. And if they don't, squash it, move on to the next moving average, right? And see how that does or doesn't work for you. That kind of trial and error type thing. That's what I would point you to with that. There, Mr. Peter Smith. Bought a Bev, which was looking good when I bought it. And that crazy and Friday today. Yeah, that didn't. A Bev. Come on, keyboard. Really can't blame the keyboard. That was me. So yeah, I don't know what to comment on this one here. This thing doesn't move a whole lot. 15 billion in float, insane float. So, I'd say there's an uptrend in this. For what I look for on daily charts. So these nice steps moving up. It's pulled back. I'd like to see it not give up this pullback right here to do some constructive step ups again. So, for my 2 cents, that doesn't mean hold it. You got to do what you got to do with it. If you didn't have a plan with it to start with, formulate one now and then make sure you continue to follow it, of course. Disney, DIS, stock is awful looking though. I haven't looked at it in a long time. So, personally, I don't like Disney. I just don't like the company. That's all there is to it. I think since sometime in the mid early 90s, their movies are mostly trash. The amusement park is overrated and extremely expensive. I wouldn't spend $1 there. So me as a consumer, I think it's a horrible company. No reason for me to give them their money. I have to imagine I'm not in the minority on that, given the stock price, right? And if that offends someone, I'm sorry. That's my personal opinion on Disney. You may love every movie that they've ever done. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, right? You're absolutely allowed to do that, right? I love pepperoni pizza. My daughter hates pepperoni pizza. We're just individuals. That's how things work in life, right? The stock is a falling knife. It's under pressure. It has remained under pressure. Let me get rid of this moving average. I really don't.
The mouse is coming after you.
I don't care. I have a knife that's
the
very
mouse
big.
And Goofy and Dad. Now, I will say this about Disney, just because I know a little bit what's going on. I mean, because you probably don't follow any of this, Chris.
Nope, not a word of it.
Not so much specifically to Disney, but first of all, Disney is trying to get rid of ESPN. They're trying to get rid of ABC. They own these. They chopped a bunch of high-profile people at ESPN.
Oh, I saw a tweet about that.
High profile, but the big thing with all these streaming services, except for Netflix, and I'll maybe explain why, is with this actors strike and the writer's strike. The writer's strike has been going on almost 2 months now, and the actors just went on strike, I think last week. First time since 1960 that both of them have gone on strike together.
I had no idea there was an actor or writer
there
strike.
You go. So that's why I'm telling. So all of these streaming services, I mean, if this keeps going on and on, so they can't add. They're obviously not able, and some of the projects that were in place obviously have to be stopped. The only stock that has a chance is Netflix. And the reason why Netflix has earnings, it's going to be really interesting to see what they are this week, is because they have so much international stuff. And I love the international stuff.
Yeah. I never thought of that. Yeah, my mom
Whereas
loves
the other
all
ones
Turkish stuff and Korean and I forget what else.
Oh, Spanish and French and you name it.
So yeah, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this thing's under pressure, man. It's a definition of a downtrend. Like I said before, I like this a period low of 20. I like when it's making nice steps up to confirm. It can make a step down and as pullbacks go. But look at it on this side, right? When was the last time it made consistent steps up without making steps down?
Exactly.
Very, 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 very long time ago. So
look at P-A-R-A. I mean, just look at most of these streaming services are going to be in a decline, except for Netflix, and I think just because of the reason
that makes total sense. Makes total sense.
Yeah.
Now, in full confession, because I bought a new iPhone a couple of months ago, I got 3 months free Apple TV, and everybody told me watch Ted Lasso, which I just powered through in like 2 weeks, and possibly the greatest show I ever watched, just in case anybody was wondering.
Okay. I was wondering. I'm always wondering about what you do in your spare time.
Once in a while well, not really once in a while. I got sunburned very badly a few weeks ago and couldn't go outside much, so I was
Oh
forced to
yeah,
watch
so
TV.
I heard that. I heard that, or I saw that comment. What do you think about these? I had no idea that you're in the States. These telecommunication stocks like AT&T, so T and fiber, FYBR, and
Mhm.
the reason they're all sinking is because of some issue with lead, old lead surrounding
Oh,
their cables.
wow.
And so you take a look at FYBR, and I mean that's because that's so cheap. But look what happened to it on
Holy cow.
no kid. But look at T-Mobile. I mean,
Yeah,
not T-Mobile,
I
but
just looked at
AT&T.
AT&T, yeah. What's T-Mobile?
No, well, T-Mobile's UK though, right? So
Oh, okay.
is that T-Mus?
T
I mean,
is Yeah,
it's
it
possible.
is T-Mobile. Yeah, you're right. T-Mobile
Possible it's
US.
going to
They're
be.
holding well. T-Mobile's holding well actually, but look at AT&T, just T. That
Oh
thing just
yeah,
got rocked. And like people love
yeah.
that stock because it's a dividend. It's paid a solid
Mm-hmm.
dividend forever and a day. So
Right.
that's tough. I never trade it personally, but I know some people that own it surely because of the dividend for the last
Yeah.
probably say at least 15 years. I know some people that own the stock. They don't care what the price does in general,
Sure.
because they own it for the dividend. And some retirement funds. You don't want to see it do this though. This is, I mean, come on,
Well,
man.
it's all to do with this lead stuff, and I
Wow.
didn't
All right.
even
I
know it
guess I'm
because
gonna
I
have
was
to bust out
short.
some news. I'm taking notes right now so I can go back and read this stuff. It just shows you how like I really have cut off the outside world. I just don't care.
Well, because I'm intraday trading more
Yeah.
maybe than you. I mean, I think for me personally, I'd love to if I see something happening. I mean, lead scare. It's a great headline.
Yeah. No,
Okay,
absolutely.
it's that simple. It's just a great headline, and so when I look at that, I go, now
It sells
I was
newspapers and
short.
it sells stocks. So that's all
Yes,
there is
yeah,
to it.
yeah, yeah,
It sells them both.
yeah. No kidding.
Unbelievable. All right, I know it's one. I don't want to run into your time, but I just want to make sure that I get. I don't know on level 2. Sorry, there. IH 8 weeks. I've never used level 2. Literally never used it. So I've looked at it. I have it in Thinkorswim, but I don't look at it. But I would have to guess the red means it's sell orders versus the green mean buy orders. That's the only thing that I could say. I don't know if Barry has more insight on level 2
With
or not.
IB, it doesn't. I've never seen it like that,
Yeah.
so I can't comment on Thinkorswim.
Um, So yeah, I mean, I have no idea about the rest of the stuff on Disney about fighting with the governor or anything like that. I don't. At the risk of being shot, I don't even know who the governor of Florida is, and I don't want to know, to be honest. I just don't care. It would be impossible for me to care less. So, but at the risk of being shot, yes, Ted Lasso was a work of art, and I think I really got everybody there. So we've kind of covered all the. So,
All right, Chris, I'm going to let you go before people try to shoot you.
well,
So
someone was upset with me earlier, and maybe the way my tone was, I don't know.
about
I
what?
never try to make anybody feel bad or talk poorly to
About
anybody.
what?
But again, if I was perceived that way for any reason, I do apologize again for that. I felt like we had a really nice session going on there, blasting through some charts, talking about the races and some moving averages and stuff. So hopefully everybody got a little bit out of that helps them moving forward. And I don't know. I'll talk to you tomorrow, Barry, I guess.
Oh, I
outside of
see.
Slack.
I see a message was deleted by Steve, must from Hi. Okay, well, I didn't see that. So
Yeah.
anyway, yeah, have a great rest of the day, Chris. And
You as well, Barry. We'll
now.
talk to you soon. Adios,
Okay,
everyone.
bye-bye.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Take care.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Just give me a moment. Back in both rooms here. Just get my music going. There we go. Message. All right. So, nothing now, guys. All oot of the BB. I don't say oot, but everybody says I do. So I'm going to say it. I'm going to exaggerate it. I'm all oot of the BBIO. So right now I'm in nothing. Heiberg, if I'm pronouncing it right. Welcome to the room. You're in our YouTube room. Always nice to see new faces. Okay, guys. Oh, let me get rid of my message. Now, somebody asked a question about, so I'm not sure I understand what you mean. You've got a custom formula and it's not updating, it won't update real time, a custom formula updating in real time. I don't use custom formulas anymore, but I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. I may not be able to help you, Jackie, because I'm not sure. I have no custom formulas, okay? So right now, I am just waiting on. Now listen, look at the ABOS. I know I was talking about the ABOS just before I went on my break. And what would it do around that VWAP? So you can see, look what it did. It got into the VWAP, ABOS got into the VWAP, which is that 1061 now. And it, it couldn't get through. It's trying to challenge it again. If it doesn't get through again, this might turn into another short again. Okay. Again, unfortunately, this company, well, not unfortunately, but it's an Alzheimer play, but it's only phase one. So lots of excitement this morning. It popped up all the way to almost 14. But then reality sets in. It's only at its phase one in its trials. So it's very premature. So watch this. I mean, if it cannot get through that 200-day, the VWAP. Now, an alert window, just so you know, for instance, when you get an alert, the time if it's well, actually, what am I saying? Just trying to figure out what you mean by it's not updating in real time. Might want to keep an eye on this WAFD later. Okay, this is an earnings play. Yeah, one of the few earnings plays today. And looking left, it's got some room. 29.43. So about $1 to the next high looking left. I'm chopping around just a little bit, but let's see if it settles down and maybe takes out that 28.45 and runs from there. We got to get some volume coming back in. It's not a lot of volume though. It's only even 2.2 times normal. So it's not a lot of volume. So, but the spread isn't terrible. I mean, for something that is, not a lot of volume, the spread is only 2 cents. So that's not bad. And sometimes these can be really sneaky, When I say sneaky, that, at the end of the day, you say, wait a minute, it's at 29.05, but it's not going to be a rocket ship. It's not going to have giant green candles, or in my opinion anyway. Yeah, QSI was a big miss. QSI has just been awesome. Big miss in that right here. 1038 was the alert, 295 was the price. And since then, it did make a high. I mean, it wasn't a rocket ship, 1038, and now at 105, it made a high of 349. But reasonably steady up. I mean, we had a little jog down here, but after that, reasonably steady up. And the void, as you're talking about on the weekly chart, 361, a little bit. Meanwhile, I never got into this one, but the Zim V from RAI, 1343, getting closer and closer. So I love it when we only get a few alerts, and you're probably going to see more of the breakout longs and breakdown shorts, okay, as the ones that get in the AI as strategies. And they're not all going to work like this. I wish they would, but they're not all going to work like this. Yeah, I didn't see the comment. I didn't see the comment perfect circle. I see that it was deleted. So I don't know what the comment was. And nobody has to tell me, or you have to repost it or give me the gist of it. I can see that it was deleted. So anybody with IB in Canada, in either YouTube or the main room, obviously I have IB in Canada, but if somebody said that now they're using trading view charts, and I just don't think the option is available in Canada. Yeah, interactive brokers. Yes, David. So they're telling me, so if I click on new and go to charts, what they're saying is something right now I just see chart and thumbnail chart, but they're saying in the States anyway, it'll also say new, which is, I think, the trading view charts, but I don't think it's available in Canada. MIRM. Wow, this has got some news also, guys. 28, some news, some room. 28.50, it's got about 80 cents. Yeah, Denver. So, but you're in the States. I'm assuming Denver, you're in the States. Well, somebody said all you have to do is you click on new window and then click on chart. And when you look, now you have an option that says new. That's what they told me this morning, unless they yanked it. Don't just click on chart. There's, when it explodes, you click on, when you go down to chart and you get a little box that pops up, mine still says chart and thumbnail chart. But evidently somebody said there was new. No, nothing, David, nothing to do with options. No, nothing to do with options. It's just it appears that, and this has been in the works for a long time. I remember interactive brokers talking about this for a long time, that everybody hates. I mean, I don't hate them in terms of their charts. I don't use their charts. I don't get too bent out of shape about their charts, but evidently they're going to be using trading view charts, I guess, going forward. Well, somebody in the room, in the YouTube room, Neil, in fact, Neil, are you still there? Neil Herlock in the YouTube room said that he had the option of new and it's the trading view charts. Do I play charts before earnings? I never, ever. Well, it depends what you mean by before earnings. If you're asking me, do I Do I hold a stock through earnings? Never. I never ever hold a stock through earnings. Will I play a stock? Yeah, of course I'll play a stock on the day of. Yeah, because that's when it's usually gives you opportunities because it's very active. But I never hold a stock through earnings. That is my shoot. Look at ABOS. I'm talking too much. ABOS. Look at the rejection at the VWAP. Well, I have an excuse. I'm trying to do a lot of things, but if you hear me talk about stuff, and if that made sense to you, watching ABOS at the VWAP, maybe taking a short, but I don't know where it's going from here, but would have had about 30 cents so far. So maybe I wonder if they yanked it. Maybe it was just early in the day because Neil would not make this stuff up. Okay, it was in our YouTube room. Ah, yes, 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 yes. Am I still on the stable version? Where do I find that again? Where do I find that again? I'm sorry. I know you showed me once before. File change version. Okay, thank you. File. Yeah, I don't have an option for beta. It just says stable. You guys in the States may have an option. Well, I'm not shorting ABOS now. I mean, I should have. Well, I've been paying obviously more attention to what it did at the VWAP, the rejection. I would have loved to have been short. Set a limit order with a stop. Okay, again, I am not JC Dave. I'm not a big user of this, but as far as I know, I mean, you have to assign. You probably know this. The only way you can see the buy clickable, you have to assign one strategy to it. And in this particular strategy, this is $5,000 at market stop at low. Yes, you were able to take shorts before the market open. Yes. I mean, it might be a broker. You might have to have a setting within your broker's. I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. You might have to have a setting. Well, okay. As far as I don't know, Matt. Well, okay. Let's just see in edit. Okay, so you can pick whatever you want. That's market, but if you go to the order details, you've got market limit, you've got limit, market, stop, limit, and stop. Okay, so I guess if you pick stop limit, I guess that'll do it. Never tried. Okay, I don't use this, so I do apologize, but I can see right now if you go to your order details. So if you go to the edit, so if you right click on that 5,000, stop at low, and then edit the trading strategy, and then go to order details, and where it says entry order, it says market, you can pick limit, stop limit. Okay. You can try that. Well, if Neil would come back, well, okay, I'll try it again. I don't do this, so let me just see if I can even. So let's mark it. I'll pick stop limit. Okay. Pepe's probably going to have to help me. See, it's not even. You might have to ask Chris, JC. Okay, you might have to ask Chris because I'm not sure how this is working right now. When I and I'm not getting anything. Okay, it does the same for you. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe in the simulator it doesn't work. I really don't know. I'm really sorry. I just don't know. So maybe if you go to support, maybe somebody who uses this more, be able to answer that question. Okay. Do apologize. Peter, I trust your race biggest winners from the open. So I don't have that one up and running anymore, but what are you saying? PMN? Look at these. So there's Verizon. So Verizon is obviously, so all these big telecommunications companies are just getting hit because of this lead stuff. So this is what we're talking about, guys. We're trading. So not just telecommunications shares, you may as well just substitute Verizon for telecommunications shares are trading lower on recent concern over lead sheathed cables, which have weighed on some telecommunications stocks. Now, T-Mobile is a UK company, so I guess that's why. I guess that's why it's not. Well, it's not the same. But they probably don't have millions of mile of cable. So anyway, Peter, with your PMN, figure out what you are talking about. Yeah, I'm sure PMN won a bunch of races, but up to nine. Highly risky. $7 or 7 million in the float. Just want to see if there's any news after the company presents preclinical data supporting the potential, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there was some news for PMN today. So you have an option though. You have an option that says beta. I don't, I guess, or it's not available in Canada. And if that's the case, I wonder why. Mm-hmm. And that's when you take, and that's when you look at change version, right? Yeah, because I only have stable. I don't have even latest. I just have stable. Now, my guess is that they're not going to be. Well, Pepe, though, confirmed that they have trading view charts in IB only available in the beta version. Confirmed that, and I believe him. My guess, though, it cannot be a full. Don't have beta. Not in that. Not in change version. Honest. It just says stable, and that's it. So no beta. All right, guys. Now, my guess though is that it will not be the full-blown package, because why would TradingView do that? The problem, because I mean they'd be, unless Interactive Brokers is paying them a pretty penny to do that. Okay, I'll write that down. I'll do it after hours. So download page and download the data just to see if it is available in Canada, and then advanced chart. Okay. Sorry, guys, just in a bit of a lull here. Not getting too many. Well, that's one reason I have it on mute. Thank you, Pepe. You did not tell me. Meanwhile, all my yakking missed out on the MIRM. Wow. I mean, nice little move. Look at this. Now here's Acadia, guys. Keep an eye on Acadia. Over 33, ACAD, over 33. This had a big, come on. Had a big day on Friday. Big day on Friday. ACAD. Take a look at the weekly chart. Yeah, I don't think I can't go any further back. Is that right? Oh, there we go. That's right. So the next high is way up here at 50 approximately for Acadia. ACAD. No, it's a difficult question, Travis. It's a difficult question to answer. I can only speak for myself, but I'm a momentum trader, so I like to see stocks near the highs and lows of the day, on momentum. So that's how I trade, and I think, if you're an intraday trader, usually you want to see stocks that are trading abnormal volume, number one. So I mean, my scans are, but they're set up for me, Travis. So, somebody else at Trade Ideas may have a very different look. They might only want to see stocks that, yeah, they're having abnormal volume, but are pulling back to maybe the VWAP or the 200-day moving average if it's close, or another moving average. Like Steve Gomez, he likes to see stocks pulling back to the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart as an example. So it's hard. I can only say what I do, and the scans that I am sharing. Okay, thank you, G. Well, cool. I'll have to find the advanced charts. Okay, guys, it's 1:30, so I better. So the MACD crosses. So yeah, so I don't use MACD at all, but I'm sure I think I know what you're talking about. We just don't have the option that you're looking for. 15-minute chart. So the only thing we have on the 15-minute, well, we have some crossed above or below the signal and above and below zero lines for the 15-minute. Talking to Travis. I don't use MACD at all. So, but that's what we have. If you're looking for something different, then unfortunately we don't have it. What is the formula, Jackie? Just for fun, okay? If you can put the formula in, maybe some kind of weird one that. Okay, guys, listen. I have to do a video now. What time is it? 1:31. Yeah, I got to do my video now. 1:32. I should be back no later than 1:42. Okay, assuming I have no technical problems. So let me just do that. Yeah, 1:42 ET. Oops. Okay, so I'm muting myself now. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? I didn't unmute. Sorry, guys on YouTube. Really sorry. I didn't unmute you guys either. Too distracted. I'm sorry, John, and everybody else. So, Travis, did you hear me about MACD and all? I'm very sorry. I've got three. Well, I have Discord going too. I should just exit that one, but I got three on the go, and I just forgot to unmute both of them. So, Travis, you asked that question at 1:27 about popular scans. I don't even know if you heard my answer then. I must have been on mute. SPAC? So that is the okay. So it is so that's what happened last week, guys. We had a lot of these SPACs go crazy. This hasn't gone insanely crazy, believe it or not. You might say, well, wait a minute, it's up 50%. That's nothing. But um, so they complete the acquisition. So does it say when it will start trading? As whatever the new symbol will be. Let me just see. Okay, so there's still no date when it's going to start trading as this Solaria. When you say an auto stop out, I mean you just put a stop on the chart, and if it hits it, you're stopped out. If that's what you mean. No. I mean, I can't believe Dan would have done anything regarding auto trading, so I don't know the video you're talking about, but okay. I need a little more details, some more details perhaps. Well, this one, Leslie's had earnings last week and actually had a big rally. It's amazing. It got as low as 572, and then it tacked on $1 on the bounce. But it was still way below the previous Thursday's close. This is Friday. That green candle was Friday, but it had a rally. But now it's an all-time low again. All-time low again. So can't you guys hear me in YouTube now? I unmuted myself. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Okay, guys, I still have some of the Acadia left. I want to see if I can really start to run. It's got a lot of room looking left. B-Bio is just kind of hanging at around 33. ABOS is, testing that 10 level. It may not do what I shouldn't say thought, but what it could have done. When we were talking about ABOS, if some volume came back and it popped through the VWAP, maybe it gets going. It could still happen. But I'm not anticipating that it will happen. So I'm not buying it now in anticipation that it will happen. So here is your fact. Resuming. Wow. So we are again in this craziness of these SPACs that are, just because they said, okay, we're going to finalize this merger. And so now they're going crazy. So we should watch this one tomorrow just to see if it has any sort of crazy continuation like some of them last week. Oh, Verizon just keeps making new lows. I had no idea this was an all-time low for Verizon. Now, they said that AT&T, this is a 30-year low. So it's possible that we don't have data. We don't have 30-year data. So it might say an all-time low. Yeah. So, I mean, because our data doesn't go back long enough, I guess. Who knows? Maybe it is an all-time low now. I mean, $13.50. I think this is your biggest communications company, isn't it? And my guess is that I'm sure AT&T is a dividend. Obviously, it has to be a dividend-bearing company, and I bet probably a lot of funds have this one in. Though it's been not good for quite a while now. I mean, this is sort of the tipping point now. But take a look at a monthly chart for this AT&T or yeah, T. So I'm going back to 2009. That's the first data that we have. August of 2009. That's how far back our charts go. So this is really, yeah, you can see why this is a dividend stock. It does nothing except now. So why would you hold it? Well, they entice you to hold the stock by paying dividends. But what does the pink A alert symbol in the banner of an alert window mean? The pink A. So I'm not sure where you're seeing that. There's an alert window. Top left of an alert window, top left. See if I have my alert windows are all docked. So let me just break this out, see if I can figure out what you're talking about. Okay, so Here's an alert window, free floating, like you probably have. So I don't see a pink. Yeah, but he's wondering, why is it pink? Why is it pink? Now, because you can't control that, you can control the colors within the scan. You can, as far as I know, you cannot control that. So I don't know. Are you sure? Maybe clean your glasses? No, seriously, I have no idea. Never seen a pink A, or to the left of the A, or never. No, that is something. Yeah, I've just never seen it. Maybe could you know how to? Do you know how to give me your cloud link for it? You know how to do that? Okay, so let's say this is your window. Okay, so just right click, save or share to cloud. Okay, and then save and share. And say okay. And now, once you've done that, then to paste it in, just paste it in, Control V. So, for instance, if I want to do that now with that one, Control V, and then that'll paste the link in, the cloud link in. So again, right click, save or share to cloud, save and share, click that, say okay, and then Control V it into the room, and then I can take a look at it and see what you might be seeing. Okay. So you were right. Well, in the 13 years I've had the program, I don't think I've ever seen. No idea. No idea why that would be pink. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, I shouldn't, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's just still an alert window. Why it has a designation of pink A, no idea. Okay, so Phoenix, this I should be able to help you with. So basically just two options with our charts. There are more, but let's I don't want to overcomplicate it. So if you right click on the chart and go to properties, scroll down to where and this box will pop up. Whoops, the box will pop up. Symbol linking. It's either checked or it's not checked. Okay, so these three charts, it's checked because of course that's what I want to happen. When I click on a symbol, on an alert, it'll change. SPY does not because it's unchecked. Okay. So again, right click on the chart, scroll down to where you see properties, the box will pop up, symbol linking checked or unchecked. That's it. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Verizon is a huge player in your country. Sure. Remember now, we got all your US TVs or stations up here. Okay, well, the only way that's not happening, if I right click on the alert window, symbol linking. Okay, now make sure it says link to all. Okay, it should be the default though. So again, take your alert window or any window, really, any window. So if I right click on that alert window and sorry, symbol linking, go down to symbol linking, make sure it is checked link to all. Okay, it should be the default, but maybe when you look, okay, good. Now remember, Phoenix, and anybody else listening to me, you make even like changes like that, which may seem kind of minor. You have to save your work when you leave. Okay, at the very least, file exit is going to ask, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no. Okay. Typically, that's what I do because I want the same layout loading every day. Why is that pink? Why is that pink? Now you got me going. If you could see me, I'd be waving my fist at you. you. Yeah, I have no idea. That's it. It's very interesting. There's got to be some kind of a logical reason. Oh, no. That might have been the linking. No. Ah, that's the reason. That is the reason. So you see what I did? Now you see if you do that, if you right click and sorry, symbol linking, okay, it looked like that. It was blank. And when the minute I went to symbol linking and I chose link to all, that changed from pink to the A. Okay, that's the reason, which I think is stupid. I think that's really not the way it should be. The default should be link to all. Should not be. But you saw what I did, Phoenix. You saw what I did. It turned the minute I did this. See, now I can't even uncheck that. Not that I want to, but yeah, but that has to be the reason. Because see how it turned green? I went to green. If I purple, it'll turn purple. But link to all is black. Well, here, I'll give you mine. Okay? I'll give you mine, but it's yours. Okay? The default should be linked to all. It should not be linking to a doc. It should not be anything else other than linked to all. And then you make up your mind if you want to have it linked in a different way. Okay, guys, this RMTI is doing its thing again, but I just don't have a good feeling about it. I know I was watching it earlier. I just don't have a good enough feeling about it. Now, retired Fido, never do that again, okay? Never do that again. And you probably, if you can hear me, you're going, what did I do? So retired Fido in our YouTube room said he saw me. I must have clicked on Sun W earlier. He saw it, liked it, took the trade, went for a walk, and came back. Okay. Now, did it work this time? Yes, but please don't do that again. I mean, it's not a crazy low float, but 35 million. But anything can happen, especially with these cheaper ones. Okay, any stock really. Like Shady is in Acadia with me. So again, guys, Acadia. Now the other thing about Sun W, I'm just looking. It's very close to the. It's just right around the 200-day moving average. Yeah, I mean, and that's the reason, guys. Look left. Look at all the room it's got on a weekly chart. And again, when I say that, I'm not even remotely suggesting it's going to get to 50, but at least we don't have to worry about chart resistance, for blocking a stock like this from moving higher. Chart resistance does not come into it. And that's all I'm looking at. Look left, look left, look left, look left, look left. And look left on Verizon. I mean, there's what I didn't actually realize was an all-time low, but even better. I mean, when there's nothing to support it on the chart. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going down, but there's no chart support. Oh yeah, sure, RMTI, kick me for not taking you this time. Well, remember, Tony, remember, it's a scanner, okay? So it's not the be all and the end all. Just because you get an alert from your scanner, you still have to have some trading knowledge. I mean, the scanner is awesome for zeroing in on opportunities, but it doesn't mean that just because I get an alert from the scanner that I just pile into the trade. So, okay, good. I think people have a misconception about trade ideas. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. That's what I thought, William. It's because our data doesn't go back past, I think, 2009. Well, I'm sure. I'll bet you Interactive Brokers goes back, but our charts don't. But I'm sure Interactive Brokers goes back also. But let's face it. I mean, if it's a 13-year low, yeah, maybe it's not an all-time low, but it may as well be. Well, as long as you can admit that, Tony, when you say the problem lies with yourself, I don't know. You probably heard me talk about money management, things like that. Not every trade is going to work, of course. You have to have an out. Oh, he would have had to set it. He has to set it somehow. Paradox. There's no like it doesn't just automatically happen. He has to set it somehow, either in the strategy that he used, if he used like $5,000 at the market stop at low, or he manually did it. But you have to have because it does is there's no way it just happens. Probably the hardest part, Tony. Yeah, emotions and discipline. Really, it's the hardest part. To wait for your setup. Now, if you're, and you've got to have some kind of a plan to trade, and it has to be, your style of trading. Never mind, I mean, it's great to be in a room. It's nice to be in a room to see ideas, but if somebody puts out an idea and you look at it, go, I don't like the way that looks. Well, you don't have to take that trade. Obviously, if it doesn't meet your way of trading. And I'm certainly not one. I'm not trying to ever say that my way is the best way to trade. No, works for me. Let me see if I can figure that one out. 0.0000 times 10 to the 24th. Okay. Yeah, I was going to actually multiply it. That's probably, yeah, I was going to say, well, minus 24. All right, guys, listen, it's 2:35, so I think I'll be shutting down around 3. Again, I'll stay later if there are questions, as always. But bear with me. Got to go over my homepage again. All right, so I put my homepage link in, and this is what you will see. Yes, you're right at the top here. Again, here's a promo code 15%, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Again, if you're looking for a year, I can give you a better rate. Just have to let me know. Okay. There's the getting started. You take out a subscription, you must do this. You give about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Trading 101, if you're brand new to trading, or maybe even you're just looking for a different take on it, I guess, or a refresher. Trading 101. Michael Noss put this together. He'll be in our YouTube room tomorrow between 12 and 1. And he talks in his last 2 videos, I think, about trading plans. Not a specific one, but why you should have one. Just give me one moment, guys. All right, guys. Sorry about that. So I do have the stock of the day video. It is free, of course. Already done it. Trade of the week. There was no trade this week. The recommendation was to stay in cash. I mean, what he just couldn't find one stock that he was comfortable with, and that's Steve Gomez. Okay, so that's the reason. The education section right here. Don't tell me we're doing this again. How come? Let me do a refresh. There we go. There are my scans are here. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. People ask me a lot, well, how did you see that one in the first place? Most of the time, the things that we talk about all day long probably would have appeared in the pre-market actives up or down. Okay, most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time. Here's the halts resumes that you see over here. This is the momentum up and down, the dock momentum up and down. Here is the option plays right there. And of course, I have scans on my other monitors that you can't see, but I am sharing. So again, I'll repeat. This is a free room. Let's keep it that way. How do we keep it that way? Use my link and my promo to take out a subscription, okay? If you intend to take out a subscription, that tells the company that the room is working. You know, it's a free room, but it is a marketing vehicle, of course. So, and yes, I have been talking about this for a couple of weeks now, and I'm going to keep talking about it. We want this room to be free. Well, I'm not saying everybody in this room who is just here and doesn't have a subscription. I'm not talking to you guys. I'm talking about people who are planning to take out a subscription. Just use my code. Sure, go ahead, Paradox. You're talking about. And let's just hope tomorrow that the problems that the room developer has had, it's not, it's got to be killing him because he's gone through this for, I think, Thursday and Friday, or maybe even Wednesday, Thursday, Friday last week with just attacks at the data center that they use. Okay, guys, maybe another 20 minutes left or so. Yeah, Tony, I mean, we've all been there. Believe me, we've all been there. Nobody started off the first day and was just making, never had a losing day. I mean, if they tell you that, they're lying. Um, it's hard. NEGG, boy, this has been so it's almost at Friday's high. Yeah, I mean, if I can help, I will. Sure, I don't have to go Phoenix. I mean, I only shut the room down, well, especially in the summer, at 3 o'clock, just because it sort of dries up. But I'll always stay later for questions even after three. It's not like I have to go at 3 o'clock. So yeah, let's see if I can help you. And if I can't help you, Phoenix, I'll direct you to maybe one of the other traders has because I use so few alerts and well, only really two alerts and filters. Yeah, you can share it. Sure, you can share it. Now, if you're going to say, and how would I improve on it? I mean, that's going to be, then you're talking about back testing and all that, which I don't do at all. But let's just see before I. So that's the one that you had, the drop below the five. That's the one that you had that you were giving me that you loaded before. See, not pink. Okay. Okay. Are you day trading, Phoenix? Okay. Here's what I would do. Number one, get rid of this daily volume is at least 200,000 shares per day. You don't need that. Okay, just get rid of that. Why? Because there could be some stock that all of a sudden is just doing a crazy move today that really didn't trade very much in the past. Okay, so I never use this. I never ever ever use this. So I would get rid of that. Number one, that's not necessarily now the new. Okay, let's take a look. 300,000 shares volume in the last minute. So you're looking for a momentum burst. Change from. So you want them to be very, very close. No, I'm sorry. You don't want it to be above, but the minimum has to be wait a minute. Are you using the well, let's just take a look in general, okay? Okay, so we do have, I mean, these alerts right here, okay? I'm not going to look at what you've got, but just for fun, we'll type in the 200. So we do have cross below the 200 and cross above the 200 right there. So you want an alert now. The only issue is that it will require some volume confirmation. Now the 20 SMA. Okay, so not daily. Okay. So you'll not be able to get an alert using that. Okay. You won't be able to have an alert. You can just because if you notice here, just a minute, if you notice, these are the only alerts that you can get, like real-time alerts that you can get for SMA crosses. Okay, but you cannot get a real-time alert the way you're doing it, and we can't do it. The, okay, So you're talking, you're not, see, we have crosses, the 20 SMA crossed above the 200-day, but what you're looking for is the 20 period SMA crossing below the 2 minute as an alert, right? No. Okay. So the change, what the change will do is, it can show you stocks that are very close to the cross, but it will not give you that real-time alert when it happens. And I think that's what you were trying to do with the filters. Remember, that's all they are. They're filters. These are these are real-time alerts. These icons up here, but these icons here, these are just the filters, not real-time alerts. These are all the and features. So what you were saying here, give me an alert, a real-time alert on a 1 minute volume spike, strong volume, etc. When the price is 5, and. So this is pretty, the SMA. So I mean, you're going to see a stock that is almost right at the 200 SMA right here, but that is the daily 200 period SMA. That's on the daily. This is on the daily. All of these are on the daily. So all these are, you're going to see stocks that are virtually right there. Yeah, see 2053 is a 200-day, and you've got an alert at 2062. So I mean, it's not bad. You could set up a top list with those filters in place if you just want to see stocks that are right at the. But you're talking more intraday. Unfortunately, we can't do it like on the intraday. Of course, it's okay. Paradox. It's okay. All right, William. We didn't see you on Friday either, or did we? I don't recall seeing you on Friday. Yeah, I've got APLS. I know we talked about it in the pre-market, but I didn't. Let's take a look. I know it was a gap down. Yeah, from here. Yeah, nice 65 down. Wow, nice, really nice. Really nice. Yeah, well done, Shady. No kidding. Through the VWAP too, even if you'd waited for the VWAP break. But this was an earnings play, not an earnings play. It was just, I don't know what news it had, but bad safety data on iDrug. Okay. You'd never know it reading all these headlines that I'm saying. You'd never know that. Yeah, LIXT. I do see LIXT. Ah, guys, ABOS just broke down through 10. ABOS just broke down through 10 again. This could be 253. We're probably not going to do anything for the balance of the day, but it did just break down through 10. The low of the day was way down here at 924. Not me, Paradox. CTCX overnight swing, not me. I wish you well if you're doing it. This is this started trading. Yeah, just too little data for me, but I wish you well. Yeah, look at Lixt. You're right. I have that one thumbnail. That's the one I really wanted to look at. LIXT. LIXT. I do have that one thumbnail. I do see a bit of a movement for it. High of the day was 949. Low flow. So this is one of those, well, it might be too late. You know, the VWAP break would have been the area to get really interested. But this is what I was talking. Though this is really choppy. What I was a lot of times what happens, you'll see some of these ones that are, you know, just ripping the pre-market. They do not badly when the market opens, and then they sell off, and then they kind of flatline for a while. And then all of a sudden the enthusiasm comes back. You get some volume coming in, and it does something like this. This is pretty choppy though. Also, I would have had to have seen this one, you know, that VWAP break 748, so it's way too late for me. But the volume is coming in. Yeah, the volume is coming in to LIXT. Yeah, it could do it. Paradox. You're absolutely right. EDTX could. The only difference is this was a SPAC. EDXT was a SPAC. I'll type it in right and I'll get it. EDTX. I mean, it's still hard to believe it's still sitting around. Ah, wait a minute though. So this got halted right. So this is not trading, is it? This got halted right off the bat. Or oh, wait a minute. Has it done the acquisition? Oh, this is from the four. That's running. This is still halted. Oh my gosh, halted due to. I didn't realize it was still halted. Additional information requested by Nasdaq. So again, dear ETTX people who run the company, why did this happen? That is the question from Nasdaq. The answer: we don't know. I didn't realize it had not come out of its halt, news halt. Yeah, look at that, guys. Look at the head fake on that. I mean, that's why I didn't like it, but look at the head fake on LAXT. Way too choppy. But look at that head fake. I mean, it got all the way up to 877 and comes right back down, almost over a dollar down. Winners are phoning them and there's no answer. They all cashed in, and now they're somewhere in a tax haven somewhere. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think we'll shut this down, and I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that we not going to have any more problems with the room. Yeah, dreamer. Well, I can dream, can I? All right, everybody. So again, I'll open the room. Well, William, that's oh, you won't be in tomorrow. That's okay. That's okay. Chris will do it. So that's okay. So the room will be open no later than 8 a.m. Eastern time. I get on the mic at 9. Okay, so have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye bye. And now, same to you, YouTubers.